Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ted Santos, and it is Friday. And on Fridays, well, I like to do a little bit of YouTube and chill where we sit back and talk about the intimacy and some of the most important things in life, love and relationships. And tonight, well, it'll be no different. I am 15 minutes later than normal. And I like to, someone says, do that caveman beat. So let's get it on, and we're going to kick a beat in play. Let's do it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to YouTube and Chill, where we talk about some of the most intimate aspects of life. Love talking about sex, and sometimes we take a turn down the street of sex. We talked 2 weeks ago about women or mothers encouraging their daughters to get into sex work. So while it was about sex, it was in a very different way, and we exposed quite a few things that happen in mother-daughter relationships. Last week, we talked about what's on your mind. We did an open mic, and that went on for nearly 4 hours. I had to bring it to a close. There were even some suggestions at the end of the show. We can talk about that. But what I'd like to do is have what's on your mind too. This is you also part two. It's been a week since we did that show. And so a lot has happened in the week. A lot has happened in the US, around the world. Some things that we've learned in the past week that we can share. But one of the things that happened last week is sharing. So there were a number of questions revolving around relationships and business, and even some social challenges. So I'd like to welcome a continuation of that conversation, because I don't think we fully exhausted what could have been discussed. There were some really good conversations where I invited people in, and I can do that. I'll drop the link in a second. But I'd like to also get some feedback from you all, and some things that I can discuss with you that you would find valuable. And I know a gentleman by the name of Richard. I think it was Sunday. He suggested that I uh, really, almost in some ways, do a coaching session. So last week we didn't necessarily do a coaching session, but it was leaning in that direction. It was more on asking my perspective. So a coaching session would be more um, helping people discover things that really they didn't even know they didn't know about themselves. So uh, I'd like to really get into what's on your mind and things that you'd like to discuss, and I'll drop some things that I spoke about or have posted or have been on my mind. So why don't we get into some of that? So thanks for joining. If you haven't smashed the like button, hit that like button. If you are not subscribed to my channel, great time to do that. Subscribe, hit the thumbs up bell, and share this. I dropped my PayPal and Cash App in because uh, I always look for your support, but I also would like to make sure I can be as valuable as possible to you. So the questions people have asked me over time have been uh, really good questions, thought provoking. You guys clearly are I'm speaking to some really intelligent people out here, so I have a great appreciation for engaging with people who like to think and have provocative conversations and not be afraid to dive deep into those. So I welcome that, and I also extend myself. You could say I have some talent, some skills, an enormous amount of research I've done in the area of business, human relationships, uh, eh, relationships in general, and in intimate relationships, and more importantly, from a business and an executive perspective, especially when you want to look at uh, breakthroughs, accomplishing something great, getting, as a leader, getting other people to support you. So I'd like to open myself up to engage you in ways that you are able to benefit from my experience, from my knowledge, the research I've done. I often do screen shares and I share some of the research that I've done over time. And sometimes they're about current events or just current social challenges. So I'm going to drop the link and want to look at some things. I'm going to do a couple of quick screen shares. I mean, this one is kind of see you guys coming in on Instagram. What's going on? Thanks for joining. This is kind of you could say a validation of what we discussed when we talked about women encouraging their daughters to go into sex work. And I posted this on Instagram, and you see this was in the Daily Star, and it says, I would rather my teen daughter went on OnlyFans like me rather than rely on men. And Carla Bellucci. So I guess that's the mother who's saying she'd rather her daughter be on OnlyFans. So I mean, imagine telling your teen daughter that she should go on OnlyFans. I mean, one aspect of this is hilarious because I then created another post because women were saying, well, that doesn't happen and you're ridiculous. And so I created female logic, which is woman says, don't depend on men. Then a woman says, yeah, get an OnlyFans account so you can collect money from men on a platform built by men. And then woman says, see, we don't need men. So for all the women who believe they don't need men, I mean, just in a whole big picture, every civilization on the planet has been built by men. Uh, the risks have been taken. Men risk their capital. They risk their lives. They create airplanes and cars and assembly lines so they can do mass production. And we create all kinds of conveniences and safety measures so that women have better and safer lives, children have better lives. And, we're all the better for it. And yet women say they don't want to depend on men, but every second of their life, living in a house, working on a building, driving on roads, across bridges, in cars, bicycles, all of these things, airplanes, are all the result of women relying on men. And not once do you hear women saying, well, we're going to get up, we're going to pack up and move to our own island. So, it's, look, we love women. We love having you in our company. We love the shapes of your bodies. We do. I mean, if you may not like it, but we love your breast. We love your small waist. We love that when there's this proportion. But sometimes you all say things that are not in your best interest or anyone's best interest. And you also depend on men for us to provide logic for you, and so that you don't go down paths that hurt you, like having multiple children by multiple men. So as much as you say you don't depend on us, many of you women who grow up without fathers tend to be less emotionally stable. I'll just say that. Another one that I found was R&B singer Maya reveals she's in a sologamous relationship and has been happily married for 7 years to herself. I guess this is another woman who didn't need a man. But here's the irony. What this shows is women really do want marriage. You want marriage. I mean, there's no way around. If a woman marries herself, it's saying that she still wants marriage. But some guys say women don't want marriage. They just want the wedding, the party, and the gifts. What comes with marriage, the relationship, the commitment, the accountability, what you're responsible for, the behavior that has to be appropriate for it. Women are not necessarily interested in that. And that's interesting because women are always talking about how they give their all. I just give my all. I give everything to a man. And many women really are not that committed to relationships. So I guess, the question is, if she's married to herself, if she has sex with someone else, is she cheating on herself? Very interesting. What else did and this one I thought was interesting. 20 questions a man should never ask a woman and reasons why. I didn't read it. This article is dated August 5th, 2021. And this is like another attempt to get men to kind of silence men uh, and make men afraid to have conversations and find out who the woman is. So, if there are women out there who claim they want to have marriage, and we all know the number one way women find wealth is through marriage. But if women are claiming they want marriage and they at the same time telling men, well, you're not allowed to ask us these 20 questions, and we're going to tell you why, and we're going to be turned off and dried up, and we'll never have sex with you. So are you just asking men to blindly enter into a legal binding contract called marriage? And by the way, when we talked about this, marriage actually is a prenuptial agreement. So if a woman wants to marry, she's actually asking you to sign a prenuptial agreement. And in your best interest, it would be wise to have an addendum to that called I'm sorry, women want a marriage, right? You would have an addendum called the prenuptial agreement so that her prenuptial agreement, which is called marriage and is sanctioned by the government, that you actually protect yourself. And we talked about having trusts and tax benefits. And we talked about all kinds of things and how trusts can protect you from getting divorce raped. So those were some of the things on my mind this week. And it was interesting how quite a few women were upset with me for voicing this. They didn't want to hear this, and quite often women will tell you that you're just making up things, and none of these things exist, or you need to find a new circle of friends or women because there aren't any women out there, at least they know, who are mothers and promoting sex work to their daughters. So, uh, except it happens, and I shared a bunch of news clips from like eyewitness news, from television news showing mother daughter prostitution operations being shut down. So, um, the other thing is, I know everyone talks about being an entrepreneur, and you should incorporate or get an LLC just because. And maybe that's not a bad idea, especially if you're looking to purchase investment real estate, or just real estate in general, and you put that real estate in a trust should you ever decide to get married. You technically don't own anything. You are custodian of the trust. The trust owns everything, and you own nothing. So the way trusts are made generally, they can't be easily penetrated by a woman looking to milk you. So, or take your home. You say, look, I don't own the house, it's owned by the trust. The trust is offshore in some other country, or in South Dakota, which is a great place for offshore accounts. So it's these are just ways. But if you want to be an entrepreneur, yes, there is a huge commitment to putting in the time. There's a problem that you want to solve, but really believing that you have to be an entrepreneur isn't always mandatory to live and survive in this world. I mean, if everyone was an entrepreneur, who would be supporting entrepreneurs with these grand visions? How would Microsoft and Apple and Google and all these other companies like Amazon, how would they expand if everyone had their own business and competed as separate individuals? So you need people who will support these visions. And so developing these skills, we talked about developing yourself, and we talked about not only developing yourself but having skills. So what are the necessary skills you need to be uh, an expert, a master at something? And in addition to talking about developing skills, whether it's in finance or leadership, project management, engineering, and engineering can be broken down into many different fields: electrical, structural. There are so many different aeronautics. But there is something that I highly recommend to both men and women, is the development that you do on self. I think this is so overlooked because we look at our knowledge, the information that we acquire from universities, or even in a trade, because we talked about that. We talked about crane operators right here in New York that earn $300,000 to $400,000 a year. Uh, the one challenge is it's very difficult to get into that. There's nepotism. Uh, Not always easy to break into that field, but there are even electricians and plumbers who partner with other people and create businesses, and they do very well. But especially if you plan to be an entrepreneur or a leader in an organization, it is critical to not only master a craft, legal uh, or otherwise. There's a mastery of self. And one of the things that I watched this week is I watched this artificial intelligence, AI. And AI, this organization, AlphaGo, created this artificial intelligence that could play the game of Go. It's a very ancient 4,000-year-old game invented in China. Some emperor created the game. It's very complex, much more complex than chess. And the outcomes are much more powerful than what chess presents. This organization created this AI that could play the game of Go. And it was very difficult because Go has, they say, the amount of moves and combinations of moves are incredible. But they did such a good job creating this game that it actually, out of 5 games, it beat the Korean Go champion 4 out of 5. And the Korean champion walked into this saying that the artificial intelligence will only win one, but he was completely disrupted. And that's what I want to talk about. Because he was disrupted so severely that after the 5 games, he kind of sat and thought about what happened. And what I loved, if you watch this guy getting disrupted, there had to be some level of mastery over himself, because you never saw him get angry or frustrated or crushed. He was rather transparent in his concern about going on because he was beaten so badly by this artificial intelligence. What it did do, he learned moves from this that he normally would have never learned from another human. And after playing the artificial intelligence, he went on and never lost another match. I mean, now he was able to devastate other humans. So that's what I'm talking about in having mastery of self. Because in life, there are going to be breakdowns, and breakdowns are extremely disruptive, depending on, the level of the breakdown and the level of commitment or the, let's say, the breakthrough you want to accomplish. If you're going after little things, then it has little breakdowns or no breakdowns. But if you're going after big things, the breakdowns will be in areas that you may not even know about. So it can be extremely disruptive because you may not have any solution at the moment in how to bridge the gap between here's where I am, here's where I want to be, and I'm in the middle of this breakdown. So mastery over self is what allows you to be able to effectively manage yourself and navigate in the gap. The gap is where the power is. And it's why so many people quit. It's why very few people go from a thought to a breakthrough. Like, so if you think of it this way, the breakdown, so you say, I want this breakthrough, and it's on this side of your hand, but you have to go through the breakdown on this side. So you go through the breakdown to come through a breakthrough. And this artificial intelligence really showed this guy who had to have some really profound mastery over self to be beaten so badly and then come out with capabilities that he never had before. So I encourage people to intentionally train yourself. And just like this guy had a computer do it, if you can have a human disrupt the way you think so that you come out with a perspective that you couldn't have gotten with your current lifestyle, your current ecosystem, the world you live in, the people you engage, the knowledge you have, usually isn't enough to disrupt us. And being able to navigate in that gap, that disruption, and come out on the other end with what you want, it's like the journey becomes more valuable than the final destination. And so this is something that I strongly encourage people to intentionally train yourself. Just think of a running back. He gets the ball. The whole game is about him navigating breakdowns because people are trying to crush him, tackle him. That's a breakdown. And the best running backs have moves that allow them to go through that breakdown and come across the goal line. And that gets me to a question that I didn't fully read, but I think we can get to this. What's going on, Red Pill? Hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you in the house. Uh, I know you, I think you asked me a question about a woman in the gym. I hope I answered and that helped. So, what's your opinion on hyperinflation? Will it happen in the next few years? Salute. That's a good question. So, one of the things that, couple of things that may contribute to that is supply chain. And I'm seeing it with you just go into the grocery stores or other stores, and you see that there's this scarcity in some places. Uh, I have clients that are talking about how certain raw materials that they need to manufacture, uh, they're starting to see some gaps. So, and there are some people who are starting to stock up with some of these supplies, and they're, where they may have been stocking their storage with kind of just in time, now they're overstocking for fear that there may be a disruption in supply chain. You hear stories about boats being sitting in the Pacific Ocean, waiting to dock to unload. But what COVID has done, and it's across many industries, maybe all, is created all kinds of disruptions in supply chain. And one of the problems because of that scarcity, I think, is going to motivate people to start raising prices. Even if you just think about having to have too much inventory on your shelves, that's now an added cost that you didn't have because you were more efficient. So you now may have to build in a little bit of a cushion price, raise your prices. If this keeps happening across industries, that's one way that we're going to end up experiencing inflation in a way that we haven't in the past. Yep. So I think that can be one of the contributors. So we're looking at inflation. There are price increases. Uh, the the amount of money that the government gave to people, some men saved it. Some people just spent that money immediately. Uh, and that may have put a new demand. So on one hand, you have companies with great earnings. The stock market is reaching record highs, but even the stock market is showing in terms of dividend ratios, is starting to show some signs of uh, inflation. Even the Fed is looking at uh, uh, where record lows interest rates with the Fed. So the Fed is looking at it. So when you look at companies overstocking shelves, scarcity of materials, which allows people to raise prices, the Fed in its rate, like we're creating almost this perfect storm of all these things to come in for hyperinflation. But the question is, will we pull the trigger and actually allow that to happen? I would, I guess now, and I'm speaking it from a hope. I would hope, if we look at how the Fed has kept interest rates so low, but they're looking at easing up on how much they uh, put into the economy. I think there's a threat of it, and I think a big part of that is scarcity of materials. Because if you combine even with COVID and looking at people getting sick, we're hearing countries in Europe where Austria is talking about lockdown in, I think, February. So if countries start going into another panic mode, people get sick, countries go into lockdown, products are not produced. Scarcity is a huge component in creating inflation and raising prices. When you ask the question, one of the things that I thought is when I lived in Mexico, Now, I lived there for a little over 20 months. And one of the things that I saw when I arrived, the peso, the exchange rate for each dollar, I was getting 7 pesos to a dollar. And then something would happen. The US dollar became stronger, the peso was weaker, and then it was 10 or 12 to 1, uh, 12 pesos to a dollar. And when it ran up to 12 pesos for a dollar, what I watched was gas prices, prices in supermarkets, everything increased when it went up to 10 to 12 pesos to a dollar. And then the peso came, it dropped, and it was back down to 6 or 7, maybe even 8 pesos to a dollar. But what didn't happen is the price of gas and foods didn't come back down. So you say, okay, with then the dollar became strong again, and it was 10 pesos to a dollar, and all of a sudden gas prices went up again. So it was like they were getting doubly hit. And I, in the course of 20 months, I saw that happen at least 3 times. So, for me, I had dollars, but still I'm spending in pesos. So if we push prices up for scarcity, and then things normalize, and then we get scarcity, another panic, and we push it up, that creates kind of, from where I'm sitting, kind of a false or double inflation when you don't have to have that. So that's one of the concerns. And watching that happen in Mexico, where they didn't readjust prices when the peso became strong again. So I'm just wondering if something like that can happen. uh, China is becoming much, much stronger, especially in AI. And I just talked about the game of Go that they create, the game of Go, but that's the U.S. side of Google creating artificial intelligence. China is so much further ahead of us that China is going to end up having a different bargaining power, and I think that could also impact pricing, because as China's middle class and wealth grows, the cost of producing goods in China is also increasing. So, hell, even China is starting to outsource to Vietnam, and they'll find other countries. So, we either bring things back home, or we start looking at Vietnam and other countries in that area. And as far as med school, when I lived in Mexico, I actually met people going to med school in Mexico, and they were from other countries. I don't know. Cuba is known to have a very good. They are known to have some of the top gynecologists in the world. A lot of women from Europe go to Cuba if they need, gynecological surgery or a specialist. So if you're able to go to school in Cuba, I would look at that also. I wouldn't just limit it Mexico, but yes, I saw Haitians. Um, who else? U.S. I saw people going to med school in Mexico that were from other countries, and if I recall, I think you could do that in English. Not sure, but it just never hurts to have a second language anyway. So that wouldn't be a bad idea. Uh, and there are, you don't hear it discussed as much. There are more and more people from the U.S. going to Europe to get an education, because they find a way to do it for free or very, very little. Even in countries like Egypt, the uprising that Egypt had a few years ago, uh, the writing was on the wall, and it's kind of a good problem to have. So every year in Egypt, there were 300,000 new jobs opening up. The problem was education was so inexpensive, like, sometimes less than $100 a year. It was so inexpensive. So their leadership made education so inexpensive in Egypt that a lot of people were going. So 300,000 jobs opening up every year, and 600,000 people graduating from college. You see that doesn't work. You are attempting to get, this fist into this little hole that only fits 300,000, and the whole thing just doesn't work. So the writing was on the wall that Egypt would have a problem because they didn't have enough jobs to support the amount of college graduates. And it seems India has been very smart about that. One of the things India did is made sure everyone spoke English. So now you graduate from India. If there aren't enough jobs, you speak English. It's become a universal language. You just move to another country. And India did a great job. They have a university that's on the same level as MIT. So they put out great engineers and mathematicians and scientists, but mostly engineering and math. And those people can go anywhere in the world. They're carrying almost the brand of MIT. Yeah, real estate. Yeah, well, the this year real estate has jumped because there was a backlog from last year. So it artificially inflated itself, and so a lot of people, yeah, have jumped into it. I mean, real estate goes in cycles. A lot of people don't know. At one time, there was no such thing as a mortgage. You couldn't get a mortgage on a house. Either you had the cash to buy it, or you didn't buy it. You rented. And because of that, the price of real estate only went up about 3% a year. Once they created the instrument of a mortgage, that made it easier for people to afford a more expensive house. And that's where the prices of houses increased once they had mortgage. So that has pushed up inflation. And yeah, I would wonder, how sustainable is it to keep pushing up the prices of houses? Like historically, mortgages, I don't know if it's late 60s, early 70s when the mortgage started, but it hasn't been a long time. So we don't have a long-term historical record of the impact of inflating the price of homes as well as universities. And we already spoke last week about how beneficial it can be to take on a trade, even if you want a college degree. If you get a trade as an electrician and then have the intent to go get an MBA from some great business school, you can become an entrepreneur and end up opening a great electrical business, because electricians and plumbers and brick masons they just are in need. I don't know how we're going to get around that one, as well as crane operators. So yeah, the question is, how sustainable? Yes, real estate is saturated. They're still building. I'm blown away by, you go into New York and you see that these skyscrapers, man, are still being built. Even here in Jersey, they're still building. I'm also seeing more and more people move into this area. I'm seeing traffic that I've never seen in this area in the 20 years I've been back in the States. Guadalajara. Ah, okay. Interesting. Chinese population. Yeah, Chinese are strong in Central America. I saw them in Panama. Even when I was in South America, in Suriname. Well, Dutch is the national language, but they also have a second language called Taki Taki. And watching Chinese people speak Dutch or Taki Taki was very interesting. Uh, just about every single corner store was Chinese. You could see the Chinese writing. I saw similar in Panama. Costa Rica, the Japanese, at least the last I was there, the Japanese beat the Chinese into Costa Rica. Interesting, Chris. So you can get a free education if you're a Mormon. I didn't know that. Is that so? That may be just because they had a bill passed, legislation. Hey, yeah, big exclusive. Good to see you in the house, Chris. Big exclusive. Good to see you also. Yeah, smash that thumbs up, guys, as you come in. Yeah, Chris, that's the concern is like hyperinflation. I don't know if we really understand hyperinflation. So if you go back to the 1970s in Brazil, this is how hyperinflation worked in Brazil. You buy a gallon of milk in the morning and it costs you 50 cents. At noontime, maybe it's 75 cents. And then at in the evening at 6 o'clock, that same gallon of milk, maybe it's 90 cents or a dollar. And it stays tomorrow, it's a dollar. So on Monday morning, it was 50 cents. Tuesday morning, it's 90 cents. And it could go up and down on Tuesday, and Wednesday it's a buck 25. On Thursday, maybe it drops back down to 75 cents. Like that was hyperinflation. And so what that did in Brazil is it created a certain behavior. So when people saw that milk, or let's say soap or bread or meats, when they saw the prices drop down, people would buy huge quantities of toothpaste and toilet paper and meat and bread, and they just store it. If it was a food, everyone had this huge freezer where they would stock up because they had to have an overabundance. In the same way, I'm talking about how uh, if there's a disruption in the supply chain for manufacturing companies, people are stacking up their shelves and oversupplying themselves. So and when you do that, now companies have to produce significantly more. And if they have any disruption in the supply chain, there's this scarcity. Uh, and sometimes stores, manufacturers exploit that. They just raise the prices because it's scarce now. They raise it because they can, because you need it. BYU, Boston. What BYU? What is that? Well, yeah. I mean, I'll make a joke about being a Mormon. So, right, if you're a Mormon, you can have more than one wife, right? Good question, big exclusive. So, what studies have shown is 90 minutes is kind of like that's the stretch. And even at 90 minutes, um, people are driving 90 minutes to work and 90 minutes home. A lot of those people are open to an opportunity that's closer to home. Oh, Brigham Young. Okay. Once you go over 90 minutes, uh, a lot of people are kind of miserable with that. That's what studies are showing. So, it becomes too much. Like 90 minutes is like the stretch, man. That's the stretch mark of how far you drive. Anything beyond that, the person is just sort of tolerating that until they find something better. So, um, if it's more than 90 minutes, so I have a client that is in New York, and they hired someone who is more than 2 hours away. And what they did is they gave that person housing in New York. So they were just in another part of New York, upstate, but it was, more than 2 hours away. They gave them housing that they stayed in uh, Monday through Thursday. And then Friday they didn't work and they went home and stayed with their family and showed up on Monday. So some people do that. Uh, I've had a client, he was living in Philly, he got a great job in New York, and his wife said, I'm not moving again. So he worked Monday through Thursday also. And on Friday, Thursday night, he went home. He would work home on Friday, and he'd be with his family until Monday morning, and he would, drive in. Uh, he'd take the train or drive in from Philly to New York. So there are people that do it, um, but there are different ways. Some people just get an apartment in a place so they don't have to make that long drive if you have a family. No, 90 minutes one way. 90 minutes one way trip. Yeah. So that's 3 hours round trip. Yeah, 90 minutes is like stretching it. And a person, depending on the satisfaction they have with the job, uh yeah, they 90 minutes is like that's the limit, man. You go over 90 minutes, it's most people are looking for another job. I guess the money has to be really good. I mean, there are attorneys that, they're making healthy six figures and they live in some parts of Pennsylvania and go to DC to work. You see these, but they take a train. And one of the things that they do is, they take the train every day, but they work on the train. So their commute is a working commute. So they may come in at normal hours, but they get the work done. They get a lot of work done on the train, and and with cell phones, it makes it even easier for people to do that. So if you use your commute as a working commute, if there's any way to do that, if you can take a train instead of drive, uh, you could actually maximize your commute and get the most, and it may be less draining, especially if you don't have to drive in traffic if you're taking a train instead. I mean, that can become expensive, but yeah, the studies just show that a lot of employers are discouraged to hire anyone that lives beyond 90 minutes from a one-way commute. Why are you looking at an opportunity like that? And so, Chris, is Brigham Young the only university, or are there other ones that are free for Mormons? 'Cause I didn't know that. That's interesting. I mean, they had to have had legislation passed to do that, which is very interesting. Okay, it's the only one. That's interesting. Brigham is a good school too. So wait, does that mean Brigham is that a Mormon school? Is that why that happens? Because they are. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's founded in 1875 by religious leader Brigham Young, and is sponsored by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. All right, so that makes sense. So yeah, that makes sense why they go for free. I can see that. Yeah, see, that's hey Chris, the Seminoles and the some of the tribes in Oklahoma. I I think that's been part of it, right? Some of them don't pay taxes, definitely not real estate taxes, and there are benefits. Um, and some of them are their own sovereign nation. So technically, whatever happens on their land is their own business. So even the United States the law doesn't have jurisdiction. Yeah, I can see how anyone can convert to a Mormon. Uh, Actually, someone asked my brother to convert to Judaism. They actually told my brother, this is what was said to him. Uh, it was suggested, hey man, uh, have you thought about converting to being Jewish? And he said, because if you are willing to convert to Judaism, I can open a lot of doors for you. If you're not Jewish, he said, my hands are kind of tied. So there are, being a Mormon, it comes, if you follow, as you said, you follow their strict rules, it comes with some benefits. Being a juice cheat code, I'm unfamiliar with that. What does that mean, being a juice? So when you say that they're fighting with the local police, does that mean the non-tribal police? And are the non-tribal state police, like state troopers, are they allowed to are they allowed to casually drive their cars or patrol? Are they allowed to patrol uh, the natives' land? A big exclusive, you mean for being a Mormon? Oh, I okay. All right, all right. I got it. Being a Jew. All right, is it cheap? So yes, there yes, I understand. There are people who are not in claim to be, and they man, they ride that wave hard. They become attorneys. So yeah, that's okay. So for example, Oklahoma or Florida state police cannot patrol that tribal land. Like they are literally their own nation. Because there's a big case uh, in Oklahoma where this guy he murdered another guy, and so the state police of Oklahoma came in, arrested him, locked him up. He goes to trial, and the guy's attorney got him off and said, "Well, you don't have jurisdiction. That murder took place on his tribal land, and their agreement with the United States government is if you create a crime, the United States has no jurisdiction. The police can't do anything about it. You have to. He has to go to his chief, and the chief decides what's going to happen with them." So the United States couldn't penalize him. Well, one of the things that happened as they wanted to make sure that he committed the murder on tribal land, and what they found by looking at the original agreements and blueprints is that um, Oklahoma was technically supposed to be, I think, like three quarters of the tribal land should have gone to three quarters of Oklahoma. Three quarters of Oklahoma should have gone to the natives, but they only gave them half. So, based on looking at the original agreement, they said, "Oh, now we're going to sue you because you owe us more land." So, I didn't follow up. I know they've been tied up in courts and suing for that. But one of the other things that happened, a lot of other tribes started looking at that and saying, well, if those tribes in Oklahoma were not properly given all the land they were supposed to have, I'm in Florida, I'm in New York, I'm in Texas, they started looking at that, and so I think that's going to we kicked up a hornet's nest. So I don't know how all that's going to work, but I recently heard, I think last year, some tribe, I think in Connecticut, was able to get some land that was originally owed to them.
Don't forget about black tribe
So
in California. They got their 100 acres of beachfront property back.
wait, say that again. I had the volume too low. Say that again, Chris.
There was a black family in California
Right.
that
Right.
yeah, they got 100 acres back, and that's prime real estate.
On beach. It was beach. It was
on the beach.
right.
Yeah, but here in Oklahoma, yeah, the tribal police, they have absolute authority on their land. So if the local police or local sheriff deputies, like if they get caught even driving on their land, it is not uncommon for the tribal police to pull up, pull guns on them, make them get out of the car, and handcuff them.
Oh,
and then next thing you know, the federal government has to get called and step in and mediate.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they'll impound the sheriff's cars. They'll do all kinds of shit. They hate white people. And sometimes the sheriff deputies like to fuck with them. They like to, so now sometimes they may be out, in the sticks, and the state troopers may have to use one of their side roads or country roads just to get to another highway. But if he gets caught and by the tribal police, hey, they can do whatever the fuck they want to him.
That's pretty heavy. Wow.
Yeah, but that's because they have those treaties in place with the government.
Well, they're a sovereign nation. See, a lot of people don't fully understand that. They are sovereign. They don't pay taxes to the United States government. They have their own government in place, and the United States doesn't have jurisdiction. Now, I know a woman who's an attorney, and she said, "Well, that's not fair because they're in the United States and they get the benefit of roads and the military." I'm like, and they should be paying taxes. I said, "Well, then that's extortion because they were here. How are you going to force them? What are you're protecting them when you already attacked them?" And now,
you know what's funny? If you or I were to steal a white man's watch, he'd want his watch back right away, right? It could be 10 years from now where he just realized we stole the watch, and he could see us with the watch, and he'd go, "That's my watch. My great granddaddy gave me that watch. I know you stole it 10 years ago. I want my watch back now, though." Right?
Right.
But when you bring up all the land they stole from Indians or Native Americans, I should say, it's like, no, we took that fair and square. Nope. Well, wait a minute. What's good for me isn't good for thee.
Well, so there was I don't know if this was a joke, but it was a guy. His accent sounded like he was from the Dominican Republic, and a police officer said, "Sir, you have to get out the car." He said, "No." He said, "Sir, is this your car?" He said, "I discovered it." He was like, "What?" He was like, "Sir, this isn't your." He said, "No, I discovered this car, and it's mine now, and I'm taking it." And the police was like, "Sir, you're not making sense." And he said, "Have you ever heard of Christopher Columbus?" Said, "Yes." He said, "And which island did he go to?" And he was like, he said, "That's right, that's my island. I'm from Dominican Republic." And he discovered my island, and he said it was his. So now I discovered this car, and it's mine. And he's like, "Sir, you can't do that, sir."
Oh yeah, it's stupid. That's why That's why they had to change the name of the holiday. It's no longer Christopher Columbus Day. It's Indigenous Peoples Day now. Because they realized, well, it's stupid to celebrate this day after him when he discovered some shit that had already been discovered. There are already people there.
Yeah, I spent time with the Hopis in Arizona, and they were like, "Why the hell should we celebrate that? We were here. Like, we didn't discover. We were already here."
Right.
It's before he got here.
Right. It's not really celebrated here in Oklahoma. Nobody gives two shits about it.
Yeah,
but there's lots of treaties that the U.S. is constantly breaking with tribes. I mean, when I say the state of Oklahoma and the federal government is constantly in court with the tribes in Oklahoma, I mean it's an everyday thing.
Really?
Yes, the tribes. Matter of fact, the tribes, since they go to college free, they make sure that they send at least like one or two people just to go be a lawyer. And this person's their whole mission in life, once they graduate college, is to just go to court to fight the state that's every waking moment, to fight the state or the federal government, to constantly research, look up the laws and treaties and everything
Right.
that's being violated.
Right. Exactly. Because that since that guy murdered someone and his lawyer said, well, you have no jurisdiction. We're a sovereign nation. He did it on his own land. They found that the government, U.S. government, owed them more than half of Oklahoma. They were like, well, you've allocated half of Oklahoma. It should be 3/4. So sorry, you owe us land now. So not only is he off the hook because he was, not in your jurisdiction, we now discover you owe us a bunch of land. So I'm not sure what happened, but what your point to the attorneys, that they would have those attorneys on top of that in court getting their land back. And I think that woke up a whole bunch of other people, like the ones you said in California, and I'm pretty sure it was Connecticut, where they were able to get some land that was owed to them. And it was actually one of the black tribes. A lot of people don't know, or they
Oh
think.
yeah, there's a huge black tribe here in Oklahoma. It's up by Tulsa.
A lot of people think that those people are like Africans mixed with Cherokee or something. They're not. It's just not taught in the U.S. They were already here before any Europeans arrived. So they've
Right.
been.
Well, our history books were written by white people, so to the victor goes the spoil.
Yeah. Did you know in Texas
So of
they
course they didn't need back then.
well, did you know in Texas they had it changed, and I think in the past 2 years, in the elementary schools they started teaching that there was no such thing as slavery in the U.S. Those were just people who they were immigrants from Africa, and they had contracts. They were indentured servants, and they worked off their indenturency, and then they were free. That's what
Right.
that's what the elementary school books were saying in the past, 10 years.
Yeah, and it's bullshit, but it's kind of hard to challenge. When black people are so focused on a whole so much other trivial bullshit.
Right, right, right. Um, so big exclusive. He said negotiation and treaties.
Coworker who was
Huh? Say that again.
tribal. I had a coworker who lived on tribal land, and every year they throw a powwow. And when they throw these powwows, like these powwows last for a week, right? And it's a lot of drinking goes on, right?
Right,
These Indians usually are drunk, and it is not uncommon for one of them to just barge up in your house, drunk, pass out, and like lay on your couch, and like you have no idea who this guy is. He just broke in your house, right? So it happened, to one of my coworkers. Like he had like 4 Indians in his living room, just passed out drunk. So he called the cops, right? And the tribal police show up. He's like, "Hey, man, we got these drunk Indians in my living room. What the fuck, man?" He's like, "Don't worry, they'll be gone in a week." And he turned around and left. Didn't bother waking him up or nothing.
wow.
Yeah, if you're on tribal land, you are subject to tribal rule.
So it's not a big deal. Nothing you can do about it. Just leave him alone. He's not a threat. He's not a threat. He'll leave.
Yeah, yeah, he's not a threat. Leave him alone. Who cares?
That's interesting.
Yeah, they even have their own. They have their own rodeo, and to tell you how bad they hate white people, the one year they had this rodeo, and this white dude shows up, right? He's a cowboy, and he's just out there killing it, like in a calf roping, and like every event, he's beating out all the Indians, right? So at the end, when they're handing out trophies, they skip right over his ass. They gave him like the fourth place trophy.
Wow. Really
Yeah, and he's like, "What?" He's like, "But I won." They're like, "We don't care, white boy. Go to your own rodeo."
interesting.
Yeah,
Wow. Someone said negotiation and treaties are only possible between two parties of equal power.
not necessarily. No. That's not true.
Well,
Because the Indian natives, they never had equal power. It was just a means to shut the treaties. Initially, were just a means, just a means to basically pacify them after the U.S. basically after the U.S. Slaughtered them and committed, so many atrocities against them. It was just a way for the U.S. to kind of save face.
well, the other part to that, a lot of those who are sovereign and have treaties, they fought hard, and
Right.
even when they were, you could say, defeated, they were still killing off people.
Yeah, yeah, that's what, yeah, you're absolutely right. It was the threat that they would still, kill. They weren't going to win, but they'd still kill you.
Exactly, exactly. So I would wonder if the treaties were is like that. So even if we wipe out most of them, they're still keep coming after us.
Yeah, the treaties. There are so many treaties. I mean, it'd be impossible to wipe all of them out.
Right, exactly. So, but here's the other thing: there are a lot of nations that technically don't have treaties, but except they're acknowledged as a sovereign nation. They never signed a treaty.
Right.
Most people, a lot of people don't know that. There are out of what you call Indians, most of them signed a treaty. Out of the people you call melanated or black, a lot of those tribes, especially on the East Coast, a lot of them don't have treaties, except they're still acknowledged as sovereign nations. And a lot of them fought hard. Like even though you decimated them, they were still coming after you, like guerrilla warfare.
Right.
They understood how to be in the land, and they knew how to get in, get out. They take out a family or whatever they did. They may not have been able to beat a military because they had been decimated, but they still knew how to take people out. So it's more to what you first said. It was a way to pacify. Okay, stop killing us, and we'll allocate this land to you, and now we don't have to fight. See, and you'll be your nation, okay? We won't fight anymore.
Right. And the Indians, I don't, they just didn't. They weren't as ruthless as white people. They just didn't understand it. And so that's why they gave a lot of them up. So when white people told them, like, okay, we'll give you this land in Oklahoma, you know, to them it was just like, okay, well, they
Sorry.
didn't know that Oklahoma didn't get. They didn't know how barren Oklahoma was. They didn't know that Oklahoma got very little rain. Like they were, they just had no idea. You know what I mean? They just figured, okay, they're gonna allow us to go live over here in peace. There's a movie called "Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee." It's if you ever get a chance, you got to watch that movie.
Okay. I'm wondering if I saw it. I've heard of that before. I've heard it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Yeah, and it's scary because I mean, you got to think like the way the whites came here from England, right, and just took over this country, um, gradually too. Because when they first came here, like they were all smiles and sunshine and rainbows. They started off with giving them poison blankets, and then when they got sick, pretended that they have a cure, and they fed them more poison, and to the point where the men were so weak that they couldn't fight. And then that's when they started slaughtering them. You got to wonder, is China not buttering us up for that?
Absolutely. Well, so there was another, and so what I'm going to say fits also what you're saying. So the problem that was also happening is many of the tribes or nations here fighting each other. So what Europeans did was said, "Hey, we'll help you beat them. How's that? How's that sound? Okay.
Exactly.
Now that we've beat them, you don't have any allies, and now we're going to fight you."
Right, and that could very well happen. Um, they're look at all the internal turmoil going on in the U.S. right now. Conservatives and liberals, like they're fighting. We're damn near headed towards another civil war.
Well, even you have the whole blacks against whites. So
Right,
that's
blacks
the
against
civil
white.
war, right? So blacks against whites, and China can come in and say, "We'll help you. We'll help you fight against. We'll help the blacks, or we'll help the white. Whoever will help. We'll help Latinos. Whoever will help someone, and then you won't be oppressed anymore. How does that sound? We can help."
Right, right. And this is the reason why they kept Charles Manson in jail, in prison for so long. It wasn't because they didn't give a fuck that he killed somebody. They didn't care. But when he started talking about helter skelter, he predicted that there would be another race war in this country in which whites would not last. Whites would not survive. And he said, but where he messed up was he said that the blacks would be. Oh, actually, I don't know if he messed up. He might have been right, but he said that blacks would be once blacks won, they would be too stupid to lead themselves, so they would step up and ask him to be their leader. That was what he said. He said that there'd be a race war. Whites would off, blacks would off the whites, but we'd be too stupid to lead ourselves, so we look to him for guidance.
Yeah, I heard that also. Yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep.
But
So
but when you start breaking it down, like how it would happen, some of the things he said would happen came to pass, and he said this like in the 70s,
or 60s probably.
yeah, 60s probably, yeah. So you got to figure that this man predicted shit that would happen, 30 years later, and somebody knew he wasn't lying, so they locked his ass up and made sure that he didn't spread too much of that word.
Well, so the did you know that there were two Black Panther organizations?
No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised.
Okay, so the Black Panthers that everyone knows about, talks about, movies about, those are the Black Panthers that did social services. We have the right to bear arms. Police can't come in our neighborhood. Blah blah. That's what the whole world saw. There was a second Black Panthers, and they were preparing their arms and do a coup. That was their mission, was to do a coup. Like
Right.
they were the underground Black Panthers, and they literally had a plan for attacking the government, eliminating all the politicians, running the nation. That's the only reason for that.
I can
So
believe it.
Charles
If
Manson caught word of that, and I would say that is why the FBI was so aggressive about shutting them down, because just imagine that's what you would call a threat.
right.
And I heard someone talk recently about something I never heard. It was another group called the Gorillas, and I think they also were looking to do a coup. So there was some aggressiveness ready to be executed.
It's quite possible. I mean, the FBI had plants in the Black Panthers and
Right.
everything. Even these modern day gangs right now, people don't realize that these modern day gangs, the Crips, the Bloods, the Black Disciples, the Gangster Disciples, all those came from the Black Panthers.
Mm.
Once they disbarred the Black Panthers and broke them up, they had no guidance, no leadership. So
Right.
you had a bunch of kids with all this, frustration, and they're still militant and they still
Right.
had guns, so they're just like, fuck it, we're just gonna rob and shoot each other down.
Uh, Someone said you have a strange echo. That's interesting. Let me see if I turn the volume down. Echo. Um, so I used to when I lived in DC, the woman I was seeing, I said, what would be interesting to find out that the Bloods and Crips both they answer to someone who's never seen in the public, like very only the top one or two people in each group gets to see the guy. And I said, wouldn't it be amazing if it's one person who's running both the Bloods and Crips and have them fighting against one another? That would be mind-boggling.
Well, it's funny you say that because the Gangster Disciples and the Black Disciples in Chicago, two of the most deadliest gang in America. I mean, when they see each other, like literally, it's on sight for them. They have no problem taking each other's lives, and they do it with ease and impunity. Um, but what they are is they're Masons. They have a Masonic lodge that they used to go to every I think it was every Thursday. They said they used to have meetings. But yeah, if you look up their bylaws and everything, it's all from Masons. I don't know where that echo could be coming from. Big exclusive.
I'm here, Chris. I'm here. I heard you. I heard you. You said, are you saying both of them answer to the Masons?
Yeah, they used to be all one gang, and they used to be together in one building every Thursday in a Masonic lodge.
And they broke off then.
Yeah, well, the leader got Larry Hoover. He went to prison, and in prison, one of the guys from the Black Disciples, he said, he wanted to take the group in one direction, and Larry Hoover didn't, and so that's when they decided to break off. But originally,
oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they were all under Larry Hoover.
Right.
They were all Masons, and they still are Masons. They don't realize it, but they all do the 6-point star, and most of them don't realize that's Masonic.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
Wow, I never heard of.
And these are the two deadliest gangs in America.
Damn. Really?
Yeah.
What about MS-13? You familiar with them?
Yeah. I would say you don't hear too much killing from MS-13 nowadays. Probably because of them.
What do you mean because of them?
Because they're doing all the killing now. And the FBI, they cracked down on MS-13 years ago with deportation. So the FBI, so they started deporting anybody who said they were MS-13 or found to be MS-13. The FBI just started deporting them on site, and so that kind of really slowed down a lot of the MS-13 activities. So now they might still war with each other, but they don't, outside of their circles, they don't do too much.
Okay, I guess that's why you don't hear about them as much anymore, because they were
right. Once they killed that girl in I think it was a girl in Italy. She was in Northern Virginia, I think. Once they kidnapped her and killed her and chopped her up, and they went to court, and the FBI started deporting them. Like you don't hear too much from them since then.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess that's one way to get them out, because they were mostly El Salvadorians and Guatemalans. So
right. They come from Central America. Yeah.
Some Mexicans. What they would, I think, really, historically, it was an El Salvadorian.
Yeah, historically El Salvadorian. Yeah, they were El Salvadorian paramilitary.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, that's interesting when your military becomes a gang.
Oh yeah. Even in Mexico, the what do they call them? What do they call their enforcers? God, I forget what they call them. Starts with the S. But those are guys who are ex Mexican military.
Okay.
And the cartels intentionally went after them because they were military and they knew how to shoot and everything. So that's why these guys have no problem, taking gunfights to the police, because most of them could outshoot the police. And let me tell you, I went down to Mexico before, and I tell you, man, some of those federales are on the take of some of the local cops and federales are on the take of the Colombian cartel. And I've seen federales stand across the corner from local cops, and you could cut the tension between them with a knife, man. It's like you just felt a gunfight between them two were going to break out at any time. Normally here in the U.S., if you see like National Guard on one corner and the local cops on the other corner, generally you feel you're pretty safe.
Right.
Yeah, no, not down there, man.
Interesting. One second, PJ. Have you prepped, Ted? What do you mean by that? Have you prepped? And what's going on, PJ? Good to see you in the house.
Oh, he's talking about the prep for the U.S.'s downfall or something.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. What's this? Now they're calling everybody who's got the shot. Well, everybody who hasn't got the shot, pure bloods, and everybody who has a shot. We're dooming the human race and this and that. I don't know. It's crazy, but a lot of people are anticipating some sort of major fallout to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen because men have become too pussy. Now, if this was like, 50, 60 years ago, maybe when men still had their balls of testosterone, maybe then. But now, men have been pussified to the level of women. I don't think anything's going to happen.
Do you think there's nanotechnology in the shot?
God, I hope not. But at this point, I mean, I'll say I've heard people say this. I've heard people say things like one guy said he was going bald. Matter of fact, the guy who worked on my air conditioner, he said he was going bald before Corona, and then once he got both the shots, and he said his hair actually started growing back. And he named a couple other health things that he had happen, and he said,
"No kidding."
Yeah.
Wow.
And he said,
wow.
Yeah, he said apparently the nanites in the shot or whatever are really good at repairing cells and all kinds of and create hair growth and all kinds of other stuff. So
wow, that would have more people take it then.
Yeah, but then I've also heard matter of fact, there was a doctor the other day that said it's causing young girls that just hit puberty to go into menopause. So they're hitting puberty and then menopause at the same time. So now these girls can't ever have children.
I haven't heard that. That would sound devastating.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 50 years from now when they do an exact case study and figure out exactly how good or how detrimental this shot was for us, that they'll really get down to the bottom of it if they decide to even release the information, the truth. Then
is he not being paid to push propaganda? Who's he talking? Who are you talking?
Me? Am I pushing propaganda? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. Well, you were giving both sides of the story. I mean, some guy had health benefits.
Right.
I never heard that before. So.
Yeah, he was just fixing my air conditioner. He said his hair started growing back, and some people. Another guy said his eyesight got better. He said he didn't have to wear glasses anymore.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
No, he's not being paid. He's just an air conditioning dude. Nobody was paying him to. Nobody was paying him.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Right.
He wasn't my friend. He was a guy who worked on my air conditioner.
Oh, I see. Now I understand. Right. So is that guy being paid? Right. That's what he. Right. Right. So PJ, I think he just answered that. He said it was a guy who came by to fix his AC. So the guy just told him these were the benefits he had. So I'd never heard that.
Did you go look at that link that I sent you earlier?
On the hip hop thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is I keep saying it. I talked about this 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Actually, before I even left the group, I was telling about how black women were prostituting, and everybody said, "Oh, you just hate black women," blah 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 blah, and there it is. right there in your face. 18-year-old black girl who said she can't hold down a job. So at 18, she's already decided she's going to be a prostitute for life.
Yep, 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 yep. McNeil Bell, good to see you in the house, man. How's it going? Um, I when I was in high school, there was a girl 2 years older than me, and she told me, um, when I become a pro, I'm 15, she's 17. She told me, when I become a pro, I'm gonna buy you a car. And I wanted to make sure, because when a woman says, when I become a pro, I don't know what that means. At least I was hoping I knew what it meant. And so I asked her, what do you mean by a pro? She said, what do you think? I'm gonna be a prostitute. She said, I'm gonna buy you a car. I was like, okay. What do you say at 15 to a 17-year-old girl telling you she's gonna be a prostitute when she
Right.
up? So I saw her. I didn't see her again till I was like 30 something, and I had to ask her.
Where's my car, bitch?
So she said she didn't go that route. She said she found a job. So, but I was like, let's do a checkup here. What happened?
Fuck your job. I want my car, bitch.
Exactly. So I, she didn't become. She told me she didn't. But what she did tell, and I think she was honest, because what she did tell me is that she said, you didn't know this. She said when she was a freshman, which I wasn't in high school. She said one of the girls who I think was a junior or senior turned her out and made her she turned bisexual because of that. So
Wow.
I think that was part, I don't know, she was sexually exploited, you could say. So she told me that, and she told me because of that, she's had relationships with men and women. She just never became an official prostitute. So
Right.
that. So when you say there's an 18-year-old who's saying that's my only choice, so I were you did you hear when I did that show about I asked, are mothers encouraging their daughters to be sex workers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that in my what I was asserting was these women became sex workers, and now their daughter, other daughter operation, granddaughters in the house, and so what you're describing is a woman who may actually perpetuate a cycle of prostitution if she hasn't already been in, that kind of household. Because if she believes she has nothing to offer, she can't keep a job, how the hell is she going to prepare her daughter, if she has one, to be in a workplace? So she may end up just teaching her daughter to be a prostitute, and how easy it is to get money from men.
Right.
I,
And
I,
and
I did a screen share when I first opened up the show with a woman who said, I would rather my teen daughter went on OnlyFans like me rather than depend on men. So,
right. And prostitutes have a shelf life. Once they get a certain age, if a
right.
man goes around them and he starts looking at her younger, attractive daughter, well, he's no longer going to want her. He's going to say, "Hey, how much for your daughter instead of you?" And
Well,
since he knows she still needs the money to survive,
yep.
she'll sell her daughter.
Exactly. And that's the problem. I mean, that's devastating for especially a minor, a little girl being put in that, being, a prostitute, pimped like that by her own mother.
It happens so much. See, this is why I don't understand why black mothers are so revered, because it happens so much that it's not even worth bringing up. You know what I mean? Because it's so common. You know what I mean? We're not talking about one or two instances a year, or every 10 years. I mean, this goes on a day-to-day basis.
Mm.
That's why I don't. For the life of me, they do so much harm to their children. For the life of me, I can't understand why the children ignore all the trauma that their mother caused them and still revere her as a queen. I saw a bitch today on TikTok. She had no money. She flat out admitted it. She said, "I'm not even gonna lie. I don't have no money. I can't do Uber. I can't do DoorDash because I don't have no car. I'm broke. I don't know what I'm gonna do." Somebody comes in the comment section. A dude comes in. "Don't worry, you got it, queen." Yes, I know I'm a queen. What are you a queen of? When has the Queen of England ever said, "I'm broke, I'm struggling, and I don't know what I'm going to do for money"?
Right, right, right.
What queen says that? But all it takes is one, one iota of undeserved platitude, and it erases all the reality in their life.
Right, right. Yep. So I don't know if this is myth twist. We have the anonymous. There used to be a show called The Gong Show. There was the unknown
Oh, I
comic.
read the
We
show.
have an unknown guest right now. I'm guessing who it is. But what's going on? I see you in the house, man. What's up, bro?
With the Hollywood Squares, remember the secret square?
Yeah, what's up, Ted?
Hey, all right.
Uh,
All right. So I got it
yeah.
right, huh?
No,
This is not myth twist. This is McNeil.
no, I'm taking the piss. It's myth. I was gonna keep going, but I was like, you know what? Nah.
Well, you know what you did? You tried to disguise your British accent, and I was like, I think I hear it, but it's like he's trying to.
Yeah. That's because you was listening out for it, but if you didn't know who I was.
Wait. So you just opened the door. I've got to do this. And what's going on, country boy? Good to see you in the house. I have a request for you. It's a silly one.
Here we go.
My request is you speak with a New York accent. Can you do it?
It's hard because I know what it sounds like, but I don't think I can nail it. Because I know how they sound. I know, but I don't think I can nail it. I don't think I can nail it like properly. Because if you're from New York, you're gonna know. It's like if you, like it's just one of those things. It's too specific. Like, because I know, nah.
What I'm asking
Okay.
you to do, I'm asking you to talk like you from New York. That's all I'm asking you to do, you know?
Yeah, like
You know what I'm saying, son? You know, if you just talk like you from New York, I got it, man.
I mean, I can try to talk like that, too, but no, see, now I've gone country a bit. No.
You did.
Now
I think I can try country better than I could try New York. But there's some accents I'm really good at doing, and then there's other ones where it's like it's so specific, you know.
Okay. Chris, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say, Chris?
I was gonna say he went the exact opposite way. He went south. He was supposed to go north.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm more used to imitating a southern accent than anything else.
Right. Good to see you here, man.
Yeah, I just got off of Clubhouse, which I never used it, but some guys were saying to me, just like, oh yeah, like, you know, they do little rooms or whatever. They had like a good amount of people in there today, and they was talking about interracial dating, and there was like, oh my days, Clubhouse gets lit. Like, it was crazy.
Wow.
That's the one show. If you ever want to piss off a black woman, have that talk.
Oh, we had so much characters. It was just like it was crazy. Like man. There's so much. It's very interesting. I mean, the thing is, once you've heard these conversations enough times, you hear enough of the same like rhetoric. You know what I mean? Like, but
Right.
yeah, it was mostly stuff I'd all heard. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say it's easy to beat a black woman in an argument because they use the same plays. Imagine playing a football team, right? And they have this set of plays, right? This playbook that has never worked for them. They've never been able to score a single touchdown, right? And you know that the minute that they line up before they snap the ball, you know what play they're going to run. But they're going to run this play, and they still expect it to be successful, and it never works. When by the time the game's over, they still lose. But the next game, they're going to do the exact same thing.
Right.
That's the thing I kind of find mad, like, because I kind of brought that up about one thing to do with the dating preferences thing. It's like, why, like, those two, like, they're just doing the same thing, like, black men make black women baby mama, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, yo, like, guys were saying it, but it's like the stats prove otherwise, because most black men are childless and the women aren't, which means that you're sleeping around having babies with mostly the same men. So I mean, what are you gonna say to that? But the thing is it's like I don't really know what the arguments are half the time, other than just basically making up narratives or using anecdotal evidence of, well, I know plenty of women where they tried to get with the guy who was in STEM and he still made them a baby. I'm like, where does this happen?
Yeah, I don't know that many engineers. I don't know that many engineers, that many scientists, that many doctors that just have baby mamas.
But the thing is, and I'm going to just be completely honest, as someone who's from the UK, right? This is the thing that really baffles me. So in the US, you guys mostly date within your race. Most black people are with each other. So
Right.
I don't really understand why it's even a topic. It's like in the UK, it's different because, like, my specific background of being from the Caribbean, guys from my background, they are like over 50%. Like, it's high. It's really high. So I could understand if the women here maybe like, what's going on, because barely based on the stats, it's way higher, right? But it's like even the women here aren't as, I mean, don't get me wrong, they've got their opinions because it's just black women, right? But they're not as vocal as you guys as women over there are. And I'm just looking at it like, yo, well, how's this even a topic when, like, you're saying, oh, black men just want white women? I'm like, hold on, but the stats quite literally, most of you get with each other. I don't understand. Like, it's just selective
like
focus.
12% of black men, I think, that interracially date. The number's low because black men date black women.
Yeah, but it's like, I think the stats, like, it's like 15 or 70, something like 15% or something like that. It's I don't know, something like that. But then what's funny is that the women are only behind you by like 8%.
The number is growing, and it's and there are a lot of men of all races from the U.S. who are either going to Latin America or Asia.
Asia, yeah.
They're going to the Philippines. But no, the big twist, Latinas are number one on the list. The Asians are number two.
Yes, I was on TikTok last night with this fine Dominican chick. She was soft, sweet, like really humble, and like this chick was like really, really hot. And so I was like, and she was from New York too. So I was like, that's weird. I was like, most of the Dominican chicks from New York act like Cardi B, like they have this real rough demeanor. They act like a chick with a dick, and like they just very vulgar. And this, she's like, no, she's like, that's not me. She's like, I don't understand why. She said, I don't understand why women act like that. She's like, I wasn't raised that way. And she said, and so she's in the kitchen cooking, like during the video. And I was like, what are you cooking? She's like, well, she's like, I'm trying to figure out how to cook black foods because I want a black man. I'm like, let me get this right. So you could be cooking whatever Dominican dishes are. She's like, yeah, I know how to cook Dominican food. I just don't know how to cook black food. She said, but if I want a black man, I better learn how to do it right. So she's already trying to do the things she needs to do to get the man that she wants. And she didn't even have a boyfriend.
I mean, I would say, like, Latinas, and I'm saying this as a mostly outside observer, they seem like, to me, they are I don't want to say this, but it just seems to me like they are the most on point demographic on average, because if I don't really see, I don't hear as much about them talking so much shit against, you know, their own men. And I feel like that's one of the best metrics to determine whether or not you're going to get like what the likelihood is of the kind of respect you're going to get. Because if you've got it where, say for example, like even with white women, I mean, there's guys who say, you know, white women are better, but to me, even with that, it's like, well, I mean, a lot of them are feminists. Look how they're treating. They're saying white men are literally like evil, and you know, like, I don't know, like they're not really that on point either. You know, I get where guys are coming from, but you know,
chime in without interrupting.
Hey, Scobe, you on? Go on
How you
mute.
guys doing? I'm kind of new in the
All right.
conversation, so I don't want to
Hold on.
like a subtopic or anything. I want to stay on the theme of the topic.
All right. So
I wanted to add that what I like about Latina women, no, what I don't like about Latina women, and I do kind of prefer them sometimes. It depends on how they grew up, because they can be just like when Sisters Unruly, they mirror each other sometimes in
yeah,
America, like a city like New York. The Latina women are sort of, they're very similar to the sisters. The thing I like about New York sisters over Latina women from New York. See, the Latina women from New York will know how the sisters are kind of, you can take them for face value. The Latina women in New York, they'll play a game. They know how to act to get you, to catch you. And then once they got you, the mask is off. With the sisters, you the first couple of times you come around and you're gonna kind of get who they are. She's rude and masculine. You're gonna get the Latina will do I papi and all that. She'll play with you. And then when you're comfortable, the mask will come off. So that's why I would prefer the New York sister over the Latina. And I will say, Latinas, they do. He said something about when sisters, I guess, say black men ain't this and ain't that. Latino women do talk down on Spanish men. They'll say they prefer black men over them. They got this thing where they do that a lot, like they like chocolate men, dark men. They say that all the time. So the New York ones, I'm basing it off the
you're talking.
demographic of New York.
You're also mostly talking Dominicans, maybe some Puerto Ricans, but that's mostly Dominican.
Dominicans, but Dominicans, they because there's been like a cultural shift in New York. Like in the '90s, it was a heavy Puerto Rican thing.
Right.
So now it's Dominicans are kind of getting it. They're running the club scene and everything in New York. It's about
Right.
Dominicans. You say Spanish people in New York, you're talking about Dominicans now. It used to be
Right.
Puerto Ricans from the delis. All the delis used to be Puerto Rican ran, and now they're Dominican ran.
What
So
you
I understand what you. And now
also
they're
have,
Arab.
you also have a growing population of Colombians and Mexicans and Guatemalans. And Colombians do produce some very attractive women. What
Very
so what
Jackson Heights.
Dominicans clearly fit what you're saying. You'll less
Can
likely get that with
can I say one
Mexicans
more
and
thing, Ted?
Guatemalans. Say that again.
I want to say one more thing. I just want to close out with my point. Um, there's a difference between like New York Latinas and like a Latina from somewhere else. It's like their
Oh,
energy and approach is
right.
extremely different.
Right.
So, and that goes for the sisters as well. Because if you get a nice one in the country, they'll be soft spoken, beautiful. They know how to handle their beauty. They're not egotistical. And like I'm out here in Texas right now. I'm ending with this, that I don't want to dominate the conversation. I'm out here in Texas right now, and I mean, I'll run down on a gorgeous woman, right? And in New York, they might not even speak to me. Like, you're looking at me like I'm a pedophile or something. Here, you'll get shut down, but she'll talk to you. Like, oh no, I got a man. She'll smile at you. Oh, it's okay. Thank you for the compliment. New York, she'll act like you don't even exist. So it's very different geographically. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and there's game playing. So, and some of you guys may have heard me tell the story. So, Sco, I was in Trader Joe's at Union Square, 14th Street. You familiar with that?
Sorry, yes, I am.
You familiar with that? I was in Trader Joe's over on Union
Yeah.
Square, over on 14th Street. You familiar with that area?
You're gonna get nice women in there. Yeah, you'll get nice women in there.
Right.
Very nice.
So I'm in the store shopping, going through the aisles, And I see this woman. She's got on yoga pants, clearly works out, like nice tight. I like. She had an athletic build. She had a very nice body, and the face was nice. So I get on. She didn't see me, so I get online. I'm waiting, and Trader Joe's has, man. If you guys don't have Trader Joe's, the lines are very long, wrapping halfway around the store. So I'm standing online, and that chick now is pushing her cart coming out of an aisle, and she looks to her right and she sees me, and she just stares at me. And this woman's gorgeous, and she's still pushing, walking, staring at me. And I said hi, but we were not too close, but close enough that she knew I said hi, and she said hi back. And as she's saying hi, she ran her cart right into someone. So if a woman did that to you, what would you think if you saw that happen?
You got some rhythm. You got some action, man.
Right. So, she, went on her way. And when I got to the cashier, I saw that she was about to come up and pay for her stuff. So I put my bag. They had a little area you can sit in, and I put my bag there. And when she came out, I didn't rush her. She walked out the store, and I caught up to her and said, "Hey," I said, "how you doing? You mind if I join you?" And man, she gave me such a nasty attitude and said, "Yes, I do mind." And that's a little confusing because I saw something else. And I know I was the same guy. It wasn't the lighting because it was daylight.
Did she say it with like a cadence, with like a cynical cadence or something?
She just, no, it was nasty. She said, "Yes, I do mind." And I said,
she said it with some force.
yeah. I said, "Wow." And she said, "Wow, what?" I said, "You don't even know what you said no to." And then she had a goofy look on her face, like she knew she just made a bad move.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew in that moment that all I had to do was produce game, and I was gonna lay her down. But I was like, I'm just not down with that. Like that was inappropriate, uncalled for. That was just bad, really poor social skills. So I let her go. And I'm only saying that you'll see that kind of game, like, and I understand that's face value. So if that's face value, if that's what you're offering, I'm not interested.
The juice might have been worth the squeeze, Ted.
Nah, bro.
I mean, that's a first encounter. How old?
How old was she? She might have been 30.
Yeah, how old do you think she was?
She's about 30.
She should be cultured already to socialize.
Yeah, oh no, she wasn't a teeny bopper. No, she was old enough. No, see, but she gets away with that, and so that's why she thinks it's okay to do that. The one of the major reasons I let her walk was so that she wouldn't do that to the next guy. And let me tell you, this was a weekday. My suits are tailor-made, and I was wearing a suit. I had just come from a client. I went into Trader Joe's to get something, so I'm wearing a suit that's fitting me like on point. So I'm not some hood-looking guy. I'm wearing a suit, man. I'm clean. I'm well-dressed. And that was not the way you respond to a guy like that.
She thought you were going to keep shooting at her.
Right.
But let me tell you this though, Ted. A lot of them will do things like that because they're looking for the suckers. You get what I'm saying? It's like a filter to the mighty alphas. You get what I'm saying? That's like a shit test, a quick shit test.
And she failed.
Like she's trying to dominate you right away, and
she failed.
If you're not with that, then yeah. But it probably worked out for the both of you.
Well, for me,
that's how I look at those situations.
Yeah. Look. The next time she'll rethink how she responds to a guy. And maybe she won't. Maybe she's not smart enough to have learned the lesson, and she'll go through that again. But that's how women end up with the wrong guys.
I mean, the thing is you say it's the wrong guys, right? But I think a lot of times, like, 'cause to me, like, chicks like that, I don't think you're the type of guy they're meant to be with. Like, I don't think they deserve to
Correct.
be
That's what I'm.
with that type of, situation. I
I
think
agree
that
with the.
we might look at it
I
like, oh,
agree.
well, now they're going to end up with some dysfunctional dude, but they're dysfunctional more than likely. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's
It's
water
what they're looking
seeks its
for.
own level.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times when I've met girls, I can tell, like, it's like, even if we can be attracted to each other on a physical level, if on a personality or value level we're not matching up, it's like you just know that cannot work. It's like you sense, you don't even have to say it. It's like you can just sense. It's like, nah, you know what I mean? And it's just, and I'm not the type of guy to try and force. But personally, I don't even like girls too much if I don't find them, like, personality wise aligned with me. Like, it actually takes away from my ability to enjoy their company. I don't really enjoy being around them as much. But like, so yeah, so like, because I used to be a bit more like, oh, why doesn't this girl like me? Da, da, da. But like, I've met enough girls who are the physical look I like, who have the personality type that's closer to what I like, that I don't care. But it's like, it's annoying though when you do end up in situations. And I did used to think to myself, like, what guy's gonna put up with that? But for better or worse,
Can I
there's
ask you,
guys
brother,
out
how
there
old are
who.
you?
I'm 24 now,
You're 24. Where you from?
London.
Oh, you're from London. You're not in the States?
No,
All right. All right.
but the way you describe NYC is very similar to London, though. Like, I'd say if
I
there's
can
any
imagine
city
because
on
it's
the
a pretty
planet,
fast-paced city.
yeah, but not, but like, New York's not Miami, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
No,
they might,
night and
there
day.
might be, like, there's other cities, or even like,
Right.
like Austin, Texas. Like, there's other cities here in the UK, like Manchester or Liverpool, but they're not London, man. London is just, it's. I have to say, like, if there's a city I'd compare it to, it is NYC. I think out of the whole planet, that
Yep.
is the closest to it.
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard the same.
Mm-hmm. Mm. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Same with the attitude thing as well. Like, girls here in London have got the worst attitudes I've ever in the UK, in my opinion. Like,
But hold on, here's the difference. See, the black women over there, because interracial dating is more common. You get a lot more black women over there in the UK that are being picked to be girlfriends and wives, even wives, some more than black women in the U.S. Black women in the U.S., I think it's like 3% of them may marry interracially. It's an extremely low number, and that's why they all celebrate it when one of them does it. When one of them does it, they act like it's a victory for all of them.
I mean, it's probably, I don't know, like, why the percentages here. That's something I still don't really quite get. I feel like I kind of understand why the percentages here are so different. Obviously our population sizes are different as well, so that's part of it. And
I
we just
assume.
have a different social setup. Like, we don't have like the
I
same, like, you guys in America are a lot more racially segregated than we are in the UK. Like, in
That's what I
terms of,
was
you
gonna
have like
say.
black neighborhoods.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah.
Right,
say. Uh,
right.
when out here in Texas, I'm in Dallas, Texas right now, and I've never seen so many brothers with snow bunnies, and not the fat ones like they say on memes. Brothers out here are handling business. They with the nice the white girls with the booties, not because they bought them, because they're in the gym doing squats. Like
Right.
it's brothers in the gym working out with their snow bunnies, and I've never seen so many brothers with nice looking white women.
Yeah,
I know
and it's
in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of. I'm gonna finish right now, brother. I'm sorry. In Pennsylvania, I see a lot of interracial couples. I see a lot of brothers with white women, but they're not that high. They're kind of trailer parky. You get what I'm saying? Not that they don't look good, but you can tell they're not upper class women. But like, they're not really kept like that. You get what I'm saying? But in Dallas, I'm seeing brothers with like model quality, like Victoria's Secret quality. That ass. Like
yeah,
a
you'll
lot.
have that.
like a lot.
Yeah, and
My
when you
brothers are
think
getting
about it,
into business.
those brothers, right? They're doing good for themselves. You know, they look good, and you know they have everything going for themselves. And black women
Yeah,
had
they
the
look good
first
too.
bite
They
of
look
the
good
apple.
too. Yeah.
Black women had the first bite of the apple at them, and they passed it up. And they didn't want them. They didn't. Let's be real. They don't want good black men. If all only the thugs in the black community have the breeding rights. You have to have a criminal record or be doing some kind of nefarious activity to have the breeding rights. And even then, you could be ugly, you could miss it, whatever, you know. As long as you got that criminal record, here's the book.
You know
I think
something
it's
that's
more of an
fascinating.
edge. I think it's more of an edge.
I agree
I think
with
it. I
you,
think it's
Scobe,
more of an
to
edge in a bad boy dynamic.
I, I agree with
No,
Scobe
hold on,
to an extent.
hold
I
on,
think you're both right. I think you're both right because
hold on, mister. Let me say something real quick. Scope boy, I have a cousin, right? This dude was like
Okay.
450 pounds, right? Smoke weed. He was a hood dude, right? Hood dude that make no
Mhm.
call. He was proud of it, right? He didn't disown it or nothing.
Mhm.
This dude would take his shirt off in the summertime and stand on the block and be like, yo, like, hey, bro, ain't you gonna put your shirt on? You know, he come to home. He's like, shit, what? He said, I'm gonna holler at all. He said, statistically speaking, 1 out of 100 gonna say yeah. And you know, this motherfucker ended up with the hottest Puerto
Mhm.
Rican in the fucking neighborhood.
I mean, brother, when it comes to things like that, when it comes to like a hood dude, and a lot of brothers think that they get like the first pick like that. It's not quite like that. A lot of these guys on the outside, they may seem tough and stuff like that. A lot of these guys are simps. They let the girls cheat on them. They take them back. They cheat on each other. They're not really in control. She knows she can get away with what she wants. But a brother handling business and has some structure, of course, he's not going to be the first pick. You're not going to let her get away with nothing. You're going to hold
Right.
things
Well,
against her. Like, you're going to give her some order. So,
another
you
thing
know,
is
like,
the
they're going to
thug
take her out on that wild side, that little dirty, dusty side. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah. I
It's
mean,
not always because they're in the
they don't mind
streets.
spending.
It's because there's no order there.
Yeah,
He's
he
not
doesn't
gonna
have any.
tell me I smell too much. He's not gonna tell
He
me I
doesn't have any.
drink too much. He's not. You get what I'm saying?
Uh, yeah, he doesn't have any real responsibility, so he doesn't mind spending all his money on her, buying her some stupid red bottoms or buying her some bullshit because it's not like he has a mortgage. It's not like he has a car. It's not like he has a bank account that he's saving. No, you know
Yeah,
he bought his
yeah.
blunt. You know he got his bottle of
I
Hennessy.
gotta
That's
I gotta wake up in the morning. I can't drink and smoke with the bitch all day. You dig what I'm saying? I got shit to do. You
You see,
know?
but
So
that's the thing though, because things like that, like it's those little things where you could just be seen as like, like you're dry. Because I mean, especially when I mean, like just generally, man, the culture in general is not really geared towards like all the things you just said. I think it's Chris, like all the things you just said about the bank account and all that, like that's it's not stuff that's generally like valued. You get what I'm saying? Like it's in the same extent. So of course, naturally, they don't give a fuck. Like they don't
I
care
don't
about that because
I don't
that's not what it's.
I'm kinda it's it is valued. It's just it's the quality of because you got dots and that come in all backgrounds. There are dots that care about that are not. They're not just gonna fuck with no dusty motherfucker. It's
they only
they
care
exist,
because they care about milking him. So yeah, they may care that he has a bank account, but it's
and
only so they can
not all.
milk it dry.
It depends. It depends
I
because
mean,
not
I
all of them are
mean,
trying to
okay,
milk.
so
Some. If you're attractive, you got to have a level of attraction. There's got to be a level of
I mean,
attraction.
you're right, but the problem is that, and the reason why guys make their complaints is because the level is way higher than if you date out. It shouldn't be like that. Like it doesn't make sense. How is it going to be
Hmm.
that the people? If a guy, you're saying about the attractiveness, but if what a lot of guys find is that the things that's required for them to be perceived as attractive to the average black woman walking around out here is a different standard than the average white chick walking around. That's the problem. Like if you got it where, say for example,
Absolutely. Uh-huh.
if you got a thing where like let's say your dude, some guys might be like I don't know, because one thing you'll see a lot of black chicks say the things like, "Oh, you gotta be a certain height or whatever." Now, me personally,
That's just
I
what
don't
they
know because I'm
saying,
6 foot,
though. That's just what they
so
saying.
I get
That's
that.
just what they saying.
But I get that. But the thing is though, is that I mean, is it just what they're saying? Like, I mean, I get what you mean, but because it's like I don't like to take them at face value too much either, because I know when you look
It's
through the
hold on,
dating
hold on.
history, it
It's not.
contradicts
It's
itself.
not just what they're saying. It's what they're saying. If you're not a thug, you know, if you're a hood nigga,
I
you can
know
be
if you,
5'8".
I know
Yeah,
if you
I'd say.
tall, if you tall, you got a nice car, a nice frame on you, a beard, she's going. You get
Yeah,
what I'm
but think
saying?
about that. The
In New
hood
York,
dude
she's
doesn't
going.
have
You tall, got
the
a beard
hood
on you,
dude
little
doesn't
nice frame, she's
have
fucking.
any of that. No, what he's saying is the metrics. Okay, so if you're let's say you're an educated brother, right? You got a bachelor's degree, you got a nice house, you got a nice car, you got a lot of money in the bank, you make six figures, you're over 6 feet tall, you got six-pack abs. You're meeting all these check marks that the hood dude don't have to. The hood dude can just come along. He could like not have his haircut. He could just be a raggedy, bummy looking dude. But because he already got 2 or 3 baby mamas and whatever, they'll throw him the
Well,
pussy because he.
he might have some social skill that the other dude has, because what you described, that bitch fucking, she's going. What you
But
Right.
described, she's going.
that's my point though. You're
What you
saying he doesn't
described,
have the
she's
same.
going. Oh, you're saying the
No,
metrics, he has to cross those
I
boxes?
get,
I get it.
I completely
I
agree with
get it.
what you're saying, but what I'm saying though
I
is
get
that
it.
the issue is that the standard level is different. If the same dude who you're saying doesn't have the social skill, why then is his social skill ability, like his level, fine if he dates out? Like, why is it fine with a different type of chick for his social level to not be to the same degree? Like, why can
Because they
she
think everything,
understand that?
they think a lot of women are into play. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that dude with his shit together, a broad has to come correct. But when it comes to the dusty hood dude, she could just show with some pussy and a smile. You have to understand that.
Hold on. So
You
see,
get what I'm
this
saying?
this is what I want to say. This is, and you said this already, Scobe, and you just said it again. What you're describing is that there are a lot of dudes who are willing to be led by a woman, and if you're
And
not,
that's the hood dude, and we don't know
that,
that. The hood dude
and
worships
so,
pussy.
but this is the problem. So that woman who I met at Trader Joe's, I clearly wasn't willing to follow her. She wasn't going. She would have been leading me, and I understood if I let her lead and I played the role that she wanted. It's almost like it's a play, and she gives me the script, and I read it, and she reads her part, and I didn't play that. I threw her back in,
Hmm.
and so that's the reason. Only reason women do that is because they keep getting rewarded. Guys are willing to follow and chase after and let her lead, and he's willing to go even if she leads from the bottom. Like, everyone thinks during sex, whoever's on top, if the guy is on top, he's in control. Well, women have figured out how to be on the bottom and let the guy think he's leading, but the whole time she's
Leading
leading.
from the back.
She's leading
Leading
from the
from the
back,
back.
bottom, however, but she's not in the typical dominant position. She's in so-called submissive position by being on the bottom, but she's still leading. And there are too many guys who allow that to happen. So, and when you were saying, Myth Twist, that yeah, she'll end up, not that she'll end up with the wrong guy, she'll end up with the guy she's qualified for, and
Mhm.
it'll be a guy that she can lead.
Water meets its level, man.
A,
The problem is
go ahead. Problem is what?
the problem is there's just an abundance of women that they just want to have fun and do what they want. Once they smell that energy, that structured energy, that alpha energy, or there's going to be some control, some rules and regulations, a lot of them save you. You think you're getting ignored, but they're saving you time and a headache. And I've learned that from being in a particular lifestyle. That they see that order, they don't want to get down with that. They don't care what success it's attached to. A lot of these broads know they don't have what it takes to even maintain certain kind of men.
That's exactly. That is it. That's
And
it
it ain't
right
gonna be no
there.
fun for them. It's gonna be more punitive than anything.
Well, I ignore that word
So don't
fun.
don't feel ashamed that you're not a playground for a
No,
female.
I ignore the word fun. But the real deal is their biggest fear is that they think they are so
Responsibility,
screwed up that when you find out how
submission.
screwed up they are, you're gonna leave. That's why that that's what they're getting away from. And most of them,
You hit it
if
on the
they've
nail.
grown up without their father, they already have they're dealing with abandonment. So the last thing they want to do is get with a guy who's going to, in their mind, abandon her because she's screwed up. In her mind, she's that screwed up. So she goes and finds someone who she thinks is worse than her, so she could say, "You're lucky to have me," and she can lead him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even about having
They don't
fun.
like that.
It's she doesn't want to be abandoned. That's what it's really about.
They don't like that position of power where you just let them go, where you don't care, where you walk up. Females are used to leaving men.
A lot. Yep. Too many.
They're used to leaving men to pick up the pieces. They're not used to getting left. A lot of them are not even attracted to men that have the ability to just leave them alone. They like to play
That's
games. They have a circle of men
That's
around them.
that's the thing though. That's why it's like such a weird dynamic because I don't know if I could say they like it or not, but it certainly fucking is effective because it tends to have the most impact on them when you don't give a fuck and when you tell them to get the fuck on. That tends to lead to them wanting to come back more. I mean, you've got a lot of chicks who won't because they have, they've got more options or whatever. It depends, but it's a lot of goals. You like you said because they're not used to it. Yeah, it creates a bigger impression. Like there's that term where they're like alpha widowed. That's some real shit. Like, there's so many goals that you alpha widow them. Like they're left there thinking, oh my gosh, that was like I won't find a guy like that again. That's rare. They're not used to getting that feeling. Like I won't find that again. When they're dealing with most dudes, they feel like I can replace you in 2 seconds. So
exactly.
they don't have any appreciation for the guy that they're dealing with. So it's like if they feel like you're not something they can just find anywhere, then it's going to be a lot harder for them to accept. Like, firstly, they're going to be more likely to fall in line. If they, some girls I think they're just dummies. Like, even if they know they've got a good thing, some of them they got bad habits, so they will just fuck up anyway. But then, but there's some who they will act right because they know their situation is what it is. And they might just but then if because they don't want to lose it basically, and like girls will do a lot of things in those situations that they wouldn't usually do otherwise.
Exactly. And if you tell them if you don't like it, get the fuck out. They will tell
Yeah.
you, you can't make me leave. I'm not gonna leave. They will tell you, can't make me leave. I'm staying because and they stay for the reasons you're saying. I think you're good, and I don't want to lose you. So
But it's hilarious because you'll be the picture example of everything that feminists say is wrong. Even the same chick
yep,
might say it's wrong.
yep. Like get the fuck out. I'm a caveman, and I'm telling you to get the fuck out because I don't care. That's it. And they're like, no, you can't make me leave. And the feminist right would be like, how could you he's horrible. He's a misogynist. He's terrible. He's abusive and controlling. So, hey, someone asked you, Myth Twist, do black guys dating white women? We say, hey, Ted, can you ask the guy from London if black guys dating white women is a popular thing?
Well, yeah, based on the statistics, it is. Yeah, particularly the guys that have a Caribbean background. So like their family is from the Caribbean. So you've got the black men who are of African descent, and they don't tend to date out as much, but their numbers are going up as well. But they don't tend to, like, if you see a black guy with a white girl, more than likely he's from Jamaica or Barbados or something like that. It's far more likely that's where his family's from than he's going to say Kenya or Uganda or something. So, but again, it is both at this point. Like, it is increasing on both sides. But when I said the stat earlier, when I said it's like over 50%, that's specifically black Caribbean guys. And I think I know a good part of the reason is, like I said, because we don't have like the black neighborhoods thing. So we don't have that segregation. We don't have like HBCUs. That does not exist here. There's no such thing. I don't even know what that would look like here. There's not even enough people. We're only 3% of the population. That's including the men and women. You know,
Well,
like
a lot of those
3%.
things are remnants of slavery. So that's where a lot of the segregation and division comes from.
No, yeah, no, I know, but it's like even because there was slavery in Britain, but they ended it earlier than in the US, and it wasn't really the same, exactly the same. It wasn't as bad, especially because Britain was already a thing and established. You know, unlike in America where they was building it. So, but like it's just kind of interesting though because a lot of these conversations, like people talk about it and like how it's right or it's wrong or whatever, and it's just like sometimes for me it's difficult to. I don't have an issue with it, and I don't really like when guys like when people try and tell black men they can't date out or whatever. But then at the same time, I do kind of like I do sometimes think to myself like, you know, like it is like me personally, I don't think I could ever be with like a white woman in a way where I'm gonna have kids with her. That's just me. But I would never tell another guy he can't do that. Because when I was growing up, I was around a lot of white girls anyway. That was what my default was because that was what was mostly in my area. But I think because I dated so many of them, I kind of started realizing after a certain point, like they don't connect in the same way. Like they can't fully get it. So there's a limitation on how much they can understand about certain things. And it's not their fault, you know, but it's like for me, I realized that mattered. And if to a guy that doesn't matter to him, then he won't have any issues. It'll be fine. But I realized that for me, it actually does matter. Like I don't like having that barrier. So it makes it more difficult. But even so, you know, this is why, like I was saying earlier to Scobe, like it's annoying though because the fact of the matter is that with black women in with the black community, we've got a lot of issues where it's like it makes it difficult to date within that community. So like so it makes it where you feel like, well, why do I have to deal with these weird stuff? And like you said, Chris, like the dude, you know, the more hood you are, the less you're and it's not just hood. If you've got but it mostly is the hood thing, like but I agree with what Scobe said about the edge thing, because I've found that with me, and I think we spoke about this before, Ted, like and I've said it before about being like an asshole. To me,
Right.
that's like the edge kind of thing. And I think a lot of black women, they're not used to a guy who's educated or whatever, but also has that edge. Because I'm just going to be real with you. Like, I don't see it very often. I'm just going to be honest. I don't. I think there's more examples I've seen in America than I've seen here. Like, the other dudes that are like that, I ain't going to lie, they are kind of soft. And I can see from a woman's perspective why that ain't really going to do it. Like you're gonna kind of think, but the problem with these women though is that it's like they're having babies by guys that are just dysfunctional, and it doesn't make any sense. So their strategy is still backwards. Don't make sense either way. But it's a tough thing, man. Because I guess it's like I can see where it's not as black and white as I used to kind of think it was. But for the most part, though, man, I think guys, mostly overall as black guys, you know. Those of us who are productive, I think it's like, look, we'll just have to do the things that we think make sense to us. And if that means getting white or Latino or Asian, whatever, I don't have any issue with that. Because why put up with the nonsense? You know what I mean? It's not your fault.
Right. And you can still get an Afro Latino. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The melanated skin is your preference, you can still get an Afro Latina. You know, but the bottom line is this: when men look to settle down, they're gonna settle. So they're gonna settle with the woman that brings them peace. So they may accept the fact that she doesn't look like them, that she doesn't truly understand, you know, their background or what, but she brings him peace. She adds something to his life, you know. There's something of value that she brings to his life, and he's willing to accept the fact that, okay, well, she might not have grew up in the same neighborhood. I understand the struggle I went through growing up, but she brings me peace, and she's an asset to my life. So I'll marry her.
Yeah, that's the main point I've heard, and I agree with it. I actually heard an interesting point from one guy I spoke to about it because he was African. He said that he said with a lot of white girls, he kind of likes the fact that they don't have necessarily a strong culture. At least here in the UK, like they don't have like a strong kind of culture of their own. So when he's with them, it's like they can kind of become like almost like I think he's Nigerian. So you're saying like it's like they'll adopt his culture. And I do see that a lot. That does happen a fair amount. Like if a white girl gets with particularly an African guy, more so than a Caribbean guy. But if she gets with an African dude, she is going to be like more likely to kind of adopt his culture, traditions, stuff like that, which I think is interesting. You know, because he's saying he gets the peace of mind kind of thing. He doesn't deal with a lot of the nonsense, and then he can even still culturally make her like have the things that he wants. You know, so I think that's kind of interesting how that works out. In America, it's a little different. I think you guys are a bit more. I'm with me personally with how I grew up. I more relate to you guys in that respect than I relate to Africans because they have that. They have the whole thing about their home country and all that. Like I don't fully relate to that as much. I think like I'm relate more to the way how Americans think about themselves. Where a lot of Americans will say, "I'm an American." See, here in Britain, like some people have an issue with calling themselves British if they're black. You get what I mean? Because
Really?
they kind of feel like, oh well, my parents were born in Nigeria, so I'm Nigerian. You see, I don't really have that because if you go back to like my grandmother, she was born here in Britain. It's not the same as you guys. You guys have got hundreds of years of that, but it's like closer than the average black person here because most black people here, their parents were immigrants. That's not the case with me. So,
Gotcha.
so I kind of get it in that respect.
Don't you think you were talking about the woman dating a Nigerian? Don't you think just as a general rule, when a man dates a woman that she acclimates more to his
Yeah.
side? Like
Yes,
that,
she does. Yeah.
that's just kind of normal.
Yeah, but I think I guess what his point is he's saying that, say for example, if he dates like a Middle Eastern woman, the Middle East is a strong culture. If she's about her culture, it's like he's got to contest with her family and their strong culture, and his culture is strong. Versus
I get that. I dated a
Yeah.
Middle Eastern, and she said, if you and I get married, just tell my parents you're Muslim, and they won't have a problem. But she said also our children have to be raised Muslim.
right.
So that's correct. They are. That is.
Same with Asians in their own way as well. Like they'll have a strong culture where they'll feel like they want that preserved in their child, like in their daughter. They don't want her to become full blown. Like if you're African or whatever you're bringing, they don't want them to become fully converted to that. The only culture I don't see people really have an issue with is if they get with a white person. It's like no one really cares, But it's like anything else. There might be more of a clash. So I think that's what he was saying because the white English girls here, I know what he means. That they're kind of almost. It's weird to describe, but it's almost like a blank slate. It's like they don't really have any strong particular values on average, So it's like it's easier to just kind of mold them into what you want culturally. Me personally, I'm fairly British culturally, so I would just be similar to them anyway. So I wouldn't really have anything to.
I wonder if that's because in Europe you have so many different countries and different languages and cultures that you all are exposed to. Like we go from one state to another, and we're speaking English. It's everyone's saying I'm American, but there you go from Spain to France to Germany to to Italy, and they all have different languages. So I just wonder if that has something to do with it.
To do with their cultures, like why they're not specific.
Why is you're right? It's not as strong because you're exposed to so many different.
I'd say Europeans, like the Europeans outside of the UK, have a bit of a stronger culture than it's specifically the white British ones I'm thinking of that don't have a very strong culture. Yeah, they don't have a strong culture. Like I'd say, especially Eastern Europeans, like Slavics, girls, like they tend to have a much stronger culture because they're a lot more conservative. So not like fully, but they just tend to have more like religious values and they tend to be more into their culture, But I'd still say it's still not quite as strong as, say, Middle East or Asia, but it's stronger than British. Like, I just think British women,
No,
just
I
there's
can
just
see
not
that.
much there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see. My brother is about to marry a Russian woman. She was born in Russia and came here at some point. But her mother is, born and raised Russian. And I'm listening to, I'm wondering, because she's pregnant. I wonder if she's going to demand the child speak Russian as a first language. I'm just thinking that listening to you.
Depends. My ex was half Russian, and her mum didn't teach her Russian. When she got older, though, she felt like her mum should have taught her, but she
Oh no,
didn't.
this woman speaks. She's fluent Russian, reading and writing. She was born in Russia and lived part of her life in Russia, and then the mother brought their twin. She has a twin sister. She brought the twins here. So, and my brother speaks Russian also, and not because of her. He spoke Russian before he met her. I mean, he
Yeah.
speaks Russian well enough to do business, to get investors. And when he met her mother, he spoke to her. I think he said more than half of the conversation. The two of them went out and had coffee. The mother was opposed because he's not Russian, and plus my brother's older than the mother. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, if it was me, I'd think it'd be good for the child to learn English first and then Russian, because it's like there's no. What's the downsides of being bilingual?
Well, you could actually do both. So I had a client from France, and he married a German woman, and he said when they had their daughter that he only spoke French to the daughter, and the wife only spoke German. And if the daughter responded to him in German, he kind of wouldn't acknowledge her. He forced her to speak French. So by the time she was 2 years old, she was perfectly fluent in both German and French. Like she could now distinguish which one, and she could just speak either. She could flip between either language easily.
Yeah.
So it's possible. He's an example. He's not the only person, but yeah, it's very possible to teach a child two languages at the same time, and they don't know any difference. They just speak them both.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like, I mean, because a lot of times when guys say to they are particularly of like Latinas, because I know their culture can be strong as well.
Oh yeah.
So it's like I want like because me personally, I would love to date Latinos, but we don't have tons of them really here in the UK. I've seen like maybe a handful in my entire life, which sounds weird to say because I see them all the time. Like in terms of like videos or stuff. But
Right.
I mean, maybe I've seen. The thing is, it's hard to say. Maybe I've seen more than I know, but I just don't know that's their background. But in terms of the ones I know for a fact that that's their background, it's only a handful, and I don't really have a good read on what they're like here in the UK, to be honest. Like, I couldn't really say how they integrate here or how they behave, but I know that generally, from what I've seen, regardless, they just have a strong culture and they tend to hold on to their culture in fairly well. But I think like that's another thing, like because for me, I'm always thinking when guys say like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm gonna date Latinos." I always think about that, like, how strong is that culture? Like, is it really? And I'm not really thinking so much about the ones you guys got in America because obviously they're Americanized. I'm thinking more about the ones that like when guys go overseas and they go to South America, it's like, I mean, obviously the dating experiences seem to be good from what I can tell. But I wonder, like, in terms of long term though, when guys are talking about like getting with these women for the long haul, like how much does that culture really factor in? Because I would imagine, especially since they go that from those countries and they're not Americanized, it must be even stronger. And if the guy's there and he ain't learned Spanish and he don't really, what I mean? It's like, I would imagine he's got to kind of integrate on his side as well.
Well,
A fair amount.
two things. Out of all the immigrants in the United States, Latinos are the ones that hold their language longer than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So they hold it. Not only speaking Spanish. I'm Dominican. I'm Puerto Rican. This is our food. I'm Mexican. I'm from Guatemala. So they hold that pretty well. They hold it technically longer than anyone else. And in about 30 years, United States, I think, is going to be part of Latin America. This is going to be a Spanish-speaking country. The other part is, if you marry a Latina, you're not marrying her.
Oh, her family.
You're marrying her whole family.
Yeah.
And that's part of their culture. It is, yeah. So you're making some good points. And by the way, you may see some Latinas where you are, you might think they are Middle Eastern.
I think I can tell their features. I think it's just, I mean, I know for sure we definitely don't have that many here, you know, because it's just most of them wouldn't travel here. So I know for sure whatever number we have, like, it is not, like, for example, even when I think about a lot of the stats we have here, I don't even really see them on statistics like that, you know, or on a form. Like, I don't really see Latin people, like, you know, Hispanic or something on there as much. I'm not saying they're never on there, but I don't really recall seeing them. Like, there's just, I don't think there's a sizable number of them here like that, because most of them, if bear in mind, they're coming from poorer countries, so the natural place for them to go is the closest. I mean, why would they come here? America's got way more opportunities and it's next door. So it's like, why would you come here? It doesn't even make, you know, but for whatever reason, some of them do come here. But yeah, I think yeah, they definitely have that look where they can sometimes seem like they're from other backgrounds. So I definitely think I've seen more than I know I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they probably won't appreciate your weather also.
Probably not.
Someone asked me if I dated Amazonian women and Cuban. I've dated women who were born in countries with the Amazon, Brazil and Suriname. Cuban, I don't think so. Puerto Rican, Dominican, Venezuelan, no. I've met Venezuelans, but no. Someone was
I've
asking.
heard people say Venezuelans are the most attractive women from Latin America. I don't know if that's true or not.
They have attractive women. Colombia does too, but Brazil still has some gorgeous women. I mean, Brazilians will tell you they are not Latinos, but they are part of, you know, they're in South America. So, but if you took Brazil out, that's a good question. Yeah, Venezuela has beautiful women. I mean, their country's in shambles now.
Yeah.
But Colombian women also have very nice bodies. They
Yeah.
they have asses on them.
I've met Colombians before. I've met them. Yeah, they're definitely like, I think they're definitely up there, like, globally, not just even like Latin America. I just think globally they're up there.
Yeah. You know who I think has beautiful, I'm not saying the most beautiful, but they have beautiful women? Iran.
Yeah, that's where Iran, yeah, Iranian, yeah, that's where, like, Gal Gadot's from.
I've just seen a lot of, like, just a lot of beautiful women from Iran. I like their dark features, you know, dark eyebrows, dark hair. I like their facial structure, but they are really beautiful women. I like them. And they have, it seems, more of a, they have a high regard for men from what I've seen. You know, I've never been there, but just from the ones I've met here in the States over the years. So I like Iranian women.
I think a lot of countries in that part of the world are kind of like that, because it's like, it's close to, like, a lot of the North African countries, Middle East, and then Eastern European, like, they're all kind of like near each other
Right.
in a way, or kind of next to each other. And I think like Eastern European women tend to be fairly traditional minded, not fully, but like fairly. And then of course we all know about the Middle East, and then Northern African. You know, you've got
Right.
like a lot of countries like Morocco and stuff. So I think a lot of the countries in that kind of space are kind of similar.
Well, if you were in Iran in the 70s, the way they dressed was just like here in the U.S. Mini skirts and the whole dress and style that what you saw here up until the 70s, until I don't know what year that was that Shah came in and he just said, "Cover up, ladies." He changed it. So that they changed it immediately. Like you can see those old pictures from the 70s, 60s before. It was no different, it seemed no different from here. So, and I think a lot of women from there embrace that. They're okay with that. It's part of their religion. So yes, Iran. And they also appear to be very smart, well-educated Iranians.
Yeah, isn't Iran like kind of like connected to the US in a way?
What, as an enemy?
Well, I don't know. I guess so. I don't know, but I know there's like meant to be like kind of a history between the countries in a way.
More bad blood than anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's. I think they shot down one of our planes a couple of years. It's we've not wanted them to create nuclear bomb, and so there's tension between Iran and the U.S. Definite tension, but Obama created some concessions. There have been, we've been trying to have some trade agreements, but there's definitely tension between the U.S. and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading someone. What do we do with all the untaken single mothers that dudes are not looking for? Yeah, there are a lot of single mothers, and more. I think more men are seeing that as a liability. The woman who has a single mother has children, so that's going to require time and money to help her raise her children. So guys are walking away. It's a liability.
So Ted, what's your?
What? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what's your opinion then on like guys being stepdads then? Because I guess that's kind of what Country Boy is trying to get at. Is like, what like should guys take up that role, or should women say like once you're a single mother, that's it, you're done?
Yeah, so I have this. I don't know if you're on Facebook. I created this group on Facebook called Straight Talk, and it's generally been like 60% men and 35-40% women. And so I made it clear this group was created for men by men, and women, we encourage you to engage men. So the women were asking questions of guys, and one of the questions was, "Hey, I need men to be honest with me. I'm a single mother. I have 2 children, and I want to know, how long should I date a man before I introduce him to my children?" And almost every single man, and there was a lot of responses, said, "Never. I don't want to meet your children. I'm not dating you. I'm not in it for that. The only way I would consider meeting your children is if we are talking marriage. Otherwise, those are your children, not mine." And some women left the group because they were like, "This is insulting. I can't believe men think that way." Except ladies needed to understand that this is what men are thinking. So before you become a single mother, you need to understand that men are saying no. Like, those are I'm not taking the package deal because you're going to, we need to have a house that's big enough for your children. We buy food and school clothes and all. Even if the father is paying child support, I still have to take your child into consideration. Can I discipline your child? Your child still needs time. Should your child be completely alienated, then that creates problems. So it's all kinds of liabilities, and if I look at life insurance or my will, this child is going to require resources that I am working hard to allocate to my bloodline, not to some other man's bloodline. So a lot of men are walking away. They're willing to have sex with them, just not really considering marriage. Some guys might be okay with a woman who has adult children. So I'm personally not interested in that kind of situation at all.
The vast majority of single mothers don't understand that they're just target practice, right? So they're target practice, because they're easy lays. So yeah, you'll sleep with them, but you might even keep them around or make them think that you're dating them until you get the actual woman that you want. But it's just because they're easy access to sex.
Yeah, that sounds cold, right? That sounds cold, Myth Twist. But that
no, it doesn't sound cold to me.
in the past, a lot of guys did marry, and some of them have great stories, right? I have a cousin who married a woman who had a very young child, and it's a great story. And he says, "This is my son." But you have other guys.
I hate that shit.
You have other guys who married a woman and did everything, got her kids through private schools. And as soon as the last child was an adult, she said, "Hey, I'm not feeling this anymore. I want a divorce," and walked.
Right, and then the kids hated him too, for no reason. He's been nice to this kid for 20 years, and the kid is like, "I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You ain't my daddy."
Right. And some of that happens while he's taking care of. So there can be drama. So if the father doesn't like, well, you're not their father and you can't tell my children what to do, and the child says, "You're not my father, you can't tell." So a lot of guys say, "Hey, that's just a headache I don't want," and they end up doing what Chris is saying. You're good target practice. You're an attractive woman. I still want to have sex with you. I'm just never going to take you seriously.
They don't understand that their sexual market value is so low. As a matter of fact, I don't even think they understand what the phrase sexual market value means. I really don't. I think they think they confuse sexual market value and sexual peak with each other. They just miscompobulate the two. They don't know the difference between the two. They're just stupid, and that's why they don't understand that men they can't get through their head. Men don't want single mothers. So if you see your homegirl become a single mother and she's having a hard time getting a boyfriend, even though she's out on Facebook saying, "Yeah, I'm loud, I'm proud, I'm a queen, I'm a strong black woman, blah, blah, blah." But when she's alone at night and she's calling you crying because she has to sleep, she doesn't have a man to comfort her. She doesn't have a man to make her feel like all her problems went away because she's crying to you. Why on earth would you go out and become a single mother just like her? It's stupid.
That's the part I just can't get. Like, I can understand that certain chicks did it in the past, and okay, that, especially like decades ago. But we've got so much reference points at this. Like how are you still doing it? It's like, and we're in a day and age where it doesn't even benefit you in any way to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I remember my mom told me that there was a period where girls did used to get pregnant when they were young because they might get like a free flat or an apartment or something, right? But it's like, at this point, you don't need to do that kind of nonsense. Like, I mean, they never did, but they definitely don't need to do it now, So it's just like, it's just, I don't know, man, it's ridiculous. But the thing is that they're not thinking about it logically when they're doing anything. They're just having sex unprotected and they don't care. It's like when my friend, like some of my friends will tell me that they just sleep with girls and, they'll just go in raw. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, are you crazy? Like, you get this chick pregnant, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Because, and I've asked one of my friends, I said to him, I was like, are you ready to be a dad? Like, right now, today? Like, right now? He was like, yeah. I was like, man, this dude. I was like, you ain't ready, bro. Funnily enough, one of my friends is a dad now, but that's different because he's been on the go for years. But I'm talking about guys that are just going on Tinder, hit like you know what I mean, just meeting chicks and just going raw. I'm just like, are you ready? You know, like you don't even know these chicks. And I'm saying that because, but then at the same time, I'm thinking it's like the girls as well. Because at the end of the day, my friends and any other guys that do that, let's just be honest, they could be a deadbeat. Or they don't have to necessarily stay in that kid's lives. And so many of these girls are grown up and they'll always criticize men, say, you leave us. So then why would you, if you know that, if you've got the belief that men leave the women that they have kids with, why would you then still go on to have unprotected sex with dudes, knowing that that could potentially be that? Like that just goes to show you that there's no, it's nuts. There's no logic, like whatsoever.
Well,
And then they don't just do it one time. They'll do it one time with that. Okay, so we give you a mulligan on the first one, right? We still don't want to date you. We're still not going to marry you, but we understand that shit happens. You made a mistake the first time. You shouldn't have made the mistake. There was so much, evidence out there that you shouldn't have made the mistake. But we get it. You made a mistake. You had a weak moment, right? But why did you do it 3 more times?
Right, with different men. So
Right, with different men.
Right.
You know something that really fascinates me though. A couple of weeks ago, I was there's this Chinese girl that I started kind of seeing, and I met her probably like a couple of weeks ago, and she was telling me, I'm not gonna lie, like she's it's so annoying. It's so annoying when you meet a girl and she's attractive, and then she just tells something about herself, and it's just like like the points just go down. You're just like, oh god. Because so she was saying to me about the guy who she was dating before and how he cheated on her, like, and this was some guy, she was with some black guy, and she said to me how, yeah, like he had like 3 baby mamas. It was hilarious hearing it come out of her mouth as an Asian girl, because it's the type of stuff that we always talk about. We always talk about what she was saying, and it was just a lot. It was just making me laugh. Like she's saying, he's got 3 kids by 3 different baby mamas. He just came, he came out of prison not that long ago. Like literally every stereotype you can think of. She even said it herself. She even said, yeah, he's a stereotype. And I had to ask her, right? Because then she told me, I was like, so is that like your go-to? Like, she's like, no, I don't usually. That's not what it is. I don't even have a preference for black guys. I've dated white guys. I'm like, okay, so the white guys you dated, what were they like? And she was like, oh, they're different. Like, they were more affectionate, but it was different. Like, it just wasn't the same. I mean, they won't cheat on you, but it's just not the same. And I'm just kind of listening to this. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is just because it was such an oddity, like to hear something like that come out this type of girl's mouth. But I'm sitting there and I'm thinking it's the exact same pathology, but it's just not from a place you'd expect. But it's weird because here's the difference. I asked her, I said, well, this guy you're talking about who had these kids, I was like, would you have kids with him? She's like, no. She's like, he has 3 kids from 3 different women. What? Like, why the fuck would I be the 4th? And I thought, you see, well, that's where the limitation is. That's the difference. Because it still made me detract points off of her, because I'm just like, that's the types of dudes you like, yeah, I don't know, just like, no.
Yeah,
why would she date him? See, a lot of women don't date with a purpose. They do it because it's something to do, because they don't want to be by themselves.
Yes,
not because they want to find a husband. And so they have no end game when they date. And so that's why they sound so stupid when you ask them, like, well, okay, what was your purpose for dating this guy who had 3 baby mamas? Why didn't you at least date a single guy who didn't have any baby mamas? Even if you just wanted to have fun, why wouldn't you pick somebody of a better caliber?
But that's the funny thing. So I did ask her something like that. But what I said to her, because when she told me she dated white dudes and she said that the white dudes weren't like they were different, what I said to her, I said, see, this is what's interesting about what you're saying. Because this kind of goes back to what we was discussing earlier about the, certain types of black guys kind of getting overlooked or whatever, blah, blah. But you see, it's like, she's not black, she's Asian, but she does the same thing, because I asked her, I said, so why didn't you, I said, there's white dudes that are like that have, baby mamas and whatever. So how comes when you were dating those dudes, you didn't go for that type of archetype? But when you decide to go for a black dude, you didn't go for the black equivalent of the white dude you was dating. You
Right.
went straight to fuck that, you know, the most, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why would you do that? And you didn't even come from that. So you can't even use that excuse of, oh, that's what I'm used to. Like, you went out of your way to, and she said, oh, it's because, you know, that guy, you know, guys like that, they pursue me and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, the fuck, like, you know, like I'm listening. Look, here's what the truth of it is. She just, you know, she wanted that rough on the side. She grew up posh. She grew up, you know, fairly sheltered. She grew up with money, so she just wanted the rough on the side because when she dated the white dude, she wasn't used to that. That's what it was. Now my thing is, it's just that it's like, to me, listening to it, what annoyed me about it was that it's kind of like I'm sick and tired of that being the standard that for certain chicks, like even chicks that aren't black, where they feel like, oh, if I'm gonna date a black guy, I'm gonna go for this guy who's right. It's just like certain chicks are like that. I will say it's not most of them. Most Asian chicks are not gonna do that. But I'm just saying, like, it's just like, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. But it's just funny how, I guess what I'm saying anyway is that those behaviors and those traits is still attractive to other types of girls anyway. But
Right.
the difference is that they won't go to the same extent. She ain't about to make herself baby mom. She don't have no kids. You know what I mean? Now she's closing in on 30 a little bit. I think she's like 26. You know, but she's not. She's making certain decisions, and she said herself, "Oh, I wouldn't marry him. I wouldn't." Just, you know, it's just funny. So
Yeah, it's yeah. You when they go after the white guy, you know, they're not gonna go after a white guy from that's on meth or from a trailer park and he's got a whole bunch of baby mamas. But when they
right.
date black men, they have to date the worst of the worst because that's what they consider to be a black man.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly. But do you know what annoyed me is that the goal was attractive. You know, so I'm like, see, this is annoying because it just seems like the dudes who are doing the worst are getting the women who look better, and it's no. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, I've had a lot of attractive women, so it's not something where for me personally, I feel like it's a massive disadvantage for me. But I'm not using just myself. I'm thinking about just on average what most guys are dealing with, and it annoys me because it's just like, I don't know. It's not like that with other people. It's just not.
I had a friend, you know, she's a white girl here in Oklahoma City, and I used to hang out over her house. And one day she threw a barbecue. She's like, "Come through." So I came through, and one of her white friends came over. I'd never seen this girl before. Well, she immediately pulls out the blunt, starts rolling up a blunt, and she's like, "You want to hit this?" And I'm like, "I don't smoke weed," you know. I was like, "I don't smoke weed," and she's like, "Oh," she's like, "You scared your baby mom gonna find out?" I was like, "I don't have any children either." And then she started to say like all the black stereotypes. I'm like, "Yep, don't do that. Yep, not worry about that either." She's like, "You ain't even never been to jail." She's like, "Are you even black?" I said, "Bitch, I bet if I slap the shit out of you, you won't ever ask me that question again."
That's the funny thing. See, like, it's just crazy because I relate exactly to what you just said. Like, I've had girls.
Yeah, that's the only thing they consider to be a black man. You have to be you have to have this shitty background, and you just can't be a regular guy. You know, and a good person, have a good job, whatever. No. You got to be a criminal.
But don't you notice with chicks like that, it's almost like a turnoff that you're not the stereotype. You know what I mean? It's like, it's almost like...
It is. That's why they call us lame. That's why they actually call us white boys.
But it's ridiculous because when they go for white boys, it's not a problem. You get what I mean? So it's like...
I get it.
Even if I am like a white boy, when you go for the white boy, it's not a problem though. So it's literally like, you're too dark to behave like that. Like, it's like, that's like the only thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You're too dark. You're too dark to behave it all proper. Go stab somebody.
But it's just it's weird though, because I will say, because I'm saying this, but I will say this. Generally, my experiences dating with, like, you know, outside of my race with it has generally been positive. You know what I'm saying? But I've noticed though, even in the times where it's been positive, there are those moments sometimes where the stereotypes kind of still, because it's a lot of people, it's kind of like an unconscious or subconscious prejudice they have. It's not even something where they're necessarily always the ones like what you just described. I've encountered that enough times. Those specific types of people, yeah, they ain't for guys like us, like, because they're basically like they're non-black people who have bought it, who I don't know how to describe it, but like it's like they have bought into the stereotypes fully, and that's
Right.
all they expect from you. And if you're not that, they ain't interested, because as far as they see it, like this Asian girl I'm talking about, she said, "Oh, I've always seen myself marrying like a Swedish dude." She ain't talking about a black Swedish guy. So it's like she knows, oh, if I'm going with a guy who's black, it's like a fun fling thing for a bit, and then eventually I'll find some white guy and I'll get married and have kids. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah, she's gonna find some
like,
white simp to have the kids with. But meanwhile, this is just my fun stage. And while I'm going through my fun stage, I don't want to date a black guy that reminds me of the white guys that I'm eventually gonna marry.
right, like, but it's just it was just fascinating. I don't know, like I mean, we spoke about a lot of things, but it was just very interesting having that conversation, like especially specifically with an Asian. Like I've had the conversation with like white girls sometimes, but Asian people in particular tend to usually distance themselves from anything like that, and they don't tend to have enough references with black people to even speak on anything. So it was just very interesting having that conversation with her, because she did know what she was talking about to a certain extent, but it was just certain little things like that where I'm like, interesting. Like your dating preferences, is very revealing of your mentality,
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
sounds like
Yeah,
PR. Sounds like PR. The media has portrayed an image. So
Yeah, and yeah, Ted, you're right too. Those Iranian chicks, I tell you what, Iranian and then Colombian.
yeah, we were talking about Colombia. Yeah. So you were saying that in England, some women used to have children because they would get a flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Several years ago, my brother, he has a friend, lives in a big house in California, and this guy, he's a white guy who likes black people. So he was helping out this young black woman, like who was like 19 or 20, and he let her hang around his house sometimes stay there. And my brother went to visit, and my brother's meeting this woman for the first time ever. And I don't know, maybe he was there at the house an hour. It's just you got This
Oh my
woman,
man.
this woman literally asked my brother, "Hey, can you get me pregnant? And you won't have to worry about child support because I know all the forms to fill out to get welfare and housing and all that. All you have to do is get me pregnant. You don't have to sign a birth certificate, nothing. I promise you'll never have child support payments." Because, and my brother said she named off all these forms that she would just fill out, and she would have, finance from the government. And of course, my brother was like, no, I'll pass. Sorry. I can't help you. But she literally asked my brother, and she said, I think I'd have great children. So she was looking for genetics. But that wouldn't have guaranteed my brother not being on child support payments. But so that's an example of what you're saying. She's going to get financial benefits from the government, a place to stay, and food stamps, and a check. So it still happens. This was not too long ago.
Yeah. The last thing they care about is the actual children. They don't give two shits about the children.
Yep.
They care about the attention that they can receive from the child, because having a mixed child is sort of it's a status symbol amongst black women. Hey, look at me, I got this mixed kid with this good hair. They're obsessed with that good hair. And then the other thing is the all the stuff, the accolades that they can get from it. Free apartment, the free food. So now they can get that $9 an hour job at Walmart and call themselves a boss bitch, because the rent is being paid by the government, the food is being bought by the government. So most of that $9 check an hour, $9 hour check they get to keep in their pocket.
Right, exactly. And so, Ms. Twist, I was bringing that up because I think you were saying your mother was saying, well, in the past, this used to happen. I'm saying in the 21st century, it's still happening.
No, yeah, no. I mean, my mum's not that much older than she might be younger than you, Ted. I don't even know. She probably is. She's not very old. She had me when she was a teenager. So
Everyone's younger than me these days. I don't know when that happened. I used to date older women. What happened? But anyway, keep going.
You know, it's so funny you say that because even though I know I'm still young, but I think about it every year. like I just keep thinking like with the chicks that are older, I'm like the gap's getting smaller and smaller between me and the girl who's like 30 years old. And eventually the 30-year-old's gonna be a young woman to me. It's like it's weird to imagine now, but you know, one day it's gonna happen.
It's mind-boggling. Like when I first heard a woman say to me, you know, you're you know, more mature, wiser, seasoned man, and I like guys older. And I was looking around like, who's she talking about? Like, not me. Like, I'm not that guy. I can't help you. I have an older cousin. So yeah, it's kind of funny. But I guess part of it is because I've had such a high commitment to my physical fitness that I still work out like, you know, like it's not like I work out like I'm young. I never gave up my youth is maybe the best way. And a lot of guys my age, you know, they'll make jokes and they're like, you know, if I haven't seen them in a couple of years, the first thing they ask, "Are you still working out?" And you know, are you getting a gut? And it's like, nah, man, I'm in shape.
They're just saying that because they're getting the gut. That's
right. So they're waiting. Like in my early 20s, one guy I knew, he said, "Oh, wait, you know, just wait until we get into our 40s." He said, "I'm gonna have the nice pool and a pool party, and yeah, you're gonna walk in with a hot chica, but you're gonna have a beer gut and all that." And like they've been waiting for this day to happen. And I'm like, now what they say is, I don't want you taking off your shirt in my house with my daughter there.
That's some serious hate. That's some serious ass hate, Ted.
That's what I'm
Damn, they hate you.
Hey, mad as hell.
I'm not exaggerating. He said, you know, if you want to stay the night at my house, it's cool, but he said, don't take that fucking shirt off with my you know, I mean, I'm smirking, you know, but I mean, what do I say to this guy, you know? So basically what they really did is stopped inviting me to any of the parties. So I don't get invited to anything now.
Oh, that's whatever. Better off not being around people like that anyway.
Yep. So anyway, just Chris, did you finish watching that documentary?
I didn't get to the end of it yet. No, I didn't get to the end of it yet.
All right. Hey, Myth Twist.
I tell you, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So yeah, work, you know, but you know, I told you, said, well, I don't think, you know, the debt to China, you know, as much as that.
I was saying you were breaking up, but I think you're clear now. Keep going.
You know, oh, hang on just a second.
Yeah, you're breaking up again.
Is that?
I think you're clear now. I think that might be good. Try that. Yeah, I think you're smooth now. Try it. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going, Chris.
Okay. Yeah. I was telling him, and he said, you know, I don't think the U.S. is in debt to China as much as everyone thinks they are. I was like, no, are you insane? Like, who do you think we keep borrowing money from? Nobody in the EU could afford. Nobody in the EU could afford to loan us money, and we don't have any collateral for any of the Arab countries to want to loan us money. So who do you think we're getting the money from?
Yep, they're buying bonds, government bonds, mortgage-backed securities. They're buying property in the U.S.
Yeah, that's why I say, you know, it's they're going to come over when they do decide to just completely take over this country. It's going to be so smooth. It's just going to be just they're basically following the white people's plan the way they took over America. They did it smoothly. They did.
Actually, Chris, they're playing the game of Go. Myth Twist, are you familiar with the game of Go? It's a Chinese game.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. And I know it's a Chinese game. Yeah,
it's a game where the end goal of the game is to own as much real estate as possible.
Right.
Whoever owns the most real estate wins the game.
And you want to surround the other person. So that's right. So you surround them. So I sent Chris this documentary, and it's about this company. I think deep thinking or something like that. And the video is called AlphaGo, and they created this artificial intelligence that can play the game of Go. And it was very difficult because playing the game of chess is really simple, but Go is they say the game of Go is the most complex board game in the world, and the amount of potential moves that you can make is like just phenomenal amount of moves. So they brought in the Korean world champion of Go, and this guy came in like, man, I'm gonna beat this AI. The AI is gonna maybe win one game, and I'm gonna crush it. But the AI had phenomenal moves, and so what it's saying is that AI is really smart, and this is a U.S. company. What this video was saying is that, and this was 2019, that China is going to catch the U.S. with what in 2021 with AI, China has passed the U.S. So technically, China may be labeled as the superpower, because if you talk about war and using AI, China may be able to just shut the U.S. down completely.
Yeah,
totally.
yeah.
And so they would make us impotent when it comes to nuclear power and maybe many other things. So even maybe anything with a computer and airplanes, ships, anything, they are well beyond us. And so, but the other thing that they're saying is that AI is starting to replace a lot of jobs, and they're saying that the ones who are going to get devastated in the workforce are women. A lot of white collar jobs. It's not going to be really blue collar as it was as what technology did before, because we're talking about an age of intelligence. So they have a guy that will be doing finance. And I actually I was in a workshop. Hey, Chris, I'm getting feedback from you. Okay. I was in a workshop, and this was for boards of directors. And man, the AI that these guys, the presentation they did, technically speaking, and I asked the question, have you created AI that can serve the role of a CEO and make decisions and the efficiency and sit in as a board member? So this is how advanced AI is, and China's ahead of us. So between jobs soon going to be disappearing, and who knows what AI will eventually do, because if you just look at this game of Go and how complex it is, and if you combine that with European countries, including the US, they play the game of chess. But the way Go is played, chess is kind of a joke. And China is playing the game of Go globally. They're loaning countries money. If you don't have it, we were just going to take a part of your land. Well, what this AI did in the game of Go is it gave completely new perspectives on how to play the game of Go. So I'm asserting that China may be making moves that we just don't see because they may appear to be counterintuitive. And China plays the long term. They have a 100-year plan, and I think this 100 years is about to end in like 2053 or something like that. So I think even you guys in England need to be watching the moves that China makes, and socio-political structures may have to change around the world because China can make sweeping moves. Tomorrow, everyone wears red. Tomorrow, everyone is fired, and we're hiring new people. So it's something to look at, and women don't see the writing on the wall that they're soon to be devastated, and all this talk that they about don't need a man. Um, Either they're going to be collecting welfare and getting free flats from the government, which means men are working and paying for that, through taxes, or women are going to have to start talking like they need a man. But meanwhile, as Chris was saying, China is coming.
You know, I actually don't think, I actually don't think, I actually don't think they should be. Um, I don't actually. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, at this point, women are already there in the workforce. It's like the problem is that they're not being utilized and monopolized on enough. Because if we've got it where in countries like China, where it's totalitarian and the whole nation can just move, it's like, think about the world wars. When the world wars happened, these countries, Britain, in particular, went into what was called like a total war state, especially because we had like the Blitz, we was getting bombed. So we had to go into a total war state, which meant everybody helps the war effort. And if you don't, you're going to prison. So it don't matter if you're a woman, it don't matter if you're a man. If you're a man, you're heading out on the front lines. If you're a woman, you're going in the factory and you're making munitions. And if you don't do that, then there's going to be problems. And every woman did it. Every woman had to go do it. It doesn't matter that they never knew what it was. It doesn't matter that they don't know what bombshells are. It doesn't matter. You got to go in and you got to work, because the whole country has to support. Because if you don't, when these Germans pull up on the shores, it's you who's going to be getting, whatever comes next. And we don't know what that is. You know what I mean? So it's like, even if you were a woman back then and you didn't like the patriarchy or whatever, better the devil you know. Because what these Germans will come with this Nazism, where in Germany they were making women who weren't blonde sterile and stuff like that because they weren't Aryan or whatever. It's like, do you want to be dealing with that? And it's the same thing today. Like, China doesn't, they look how they treat a lot of their own people. I mean, it's like, do you really want that in your country? You know what I'm saying? Like, we know about the censorship. Do you want that? If you get on Twitter and you can complain all day about how much you hate this and hate that, well, you ain't going to be doing none of that. So it's like, there has to come a point where, I think, like what you said, like, where as a nation, like governments or someone, like, there has to be at some point where it's like, look, we need to. I mean, it's hard. It's crazy because we've been with these freedoms for so long. It's like, I don't know how that would really, like, how that's going to transition. And I'm not sure I really like the idea of it because, the problem you have then is, will the government relinquish that power that they have? You know what I mean? Once they have it, that's kind of another thing. But, I mean, I think, so what you said about the AI and stuff, I think this is why you see China, why they're so hell-bent on Taiwan. I know they say like, oh, Taiwan's China, blah, blah, blah. But let's just be honest, like, they've got the what is it called? The semiconductors, right?
Oh,
And
yes.
that is a massive deal. I mean, it's like this one company in Taiwan. It's like as if it affects the entire global economy because so many companies like Apple and stuff rely upon the semiconductors that come from there. So if China badly wants to get in there, because I know they want. They want to look at how much stuff they manufacture that we rely on already. If they could have that as well, I mean, that's practically it. That's it. That's why the Taiwan thing is, I mean, I was reading about it, it's like, that's practically a World War III scenario. Like, if China just decide, that's why they won't just roll in there, because they know other countries will, it's going to be a problem because it's like everyone knows the value. It's just very interesting. Like, but China's, they seem to be hell bent on the idea of getting Taiwan back. And I think that if we're going to have some big conflict, I've got a feeling it's going to be surrounding that. And I think maybe when China feels like they've reached a point where they can go into Taiwan and handle the ramifications, that's when we're going to have a real issue.
That's exactly the point. And so in AI may be World War III. I mean, you might still use people and bombs, but the things that you can do with AI, man, is we like I said, they the AI basically can make decisions as a CEO or a board member. But with China, you walk out of a building and their facial recognition is so effective that you can call a cab just with facial recognition. Like you
Oh
don't,
yeah, I heard about that. Like the street lamps or something. Was it?
right, but
I think.
they're vending machines, man. They don't even need cash. There are more and more people walking around without cash in China because you can pay with facial recognition, man. Not even your cell phone. Like the Scandinavian countries have been using cell phones to pay for a lot of things, but you're using facial recognition.
I think one of the Scandinavian countries. I don't know if it's Switzerland or Sweden. I always get them confused. But I think one of them literally had it. I saw it years ago where they had people who had implanted chips into their wrists, and they was
Right,
using it to
right.
like open the door and do
Yes.
little things. Like I was just like, wow, like it's coming. It's
Well,
coming.
see, China's almost to the point of where the AI is so sophisticated that you could almost think the thought and you'll get what you want. Like, oh, I'm exaggerating. I am.
It's not actually that much because that's already in research as well. I saw that. That's a thing where I mean it's a little different, but there's technology they're working on now. I think
Right.
I was in America where I saw it though, but there's technology they're working on where I mean they had to have you all like have the neuro thing where it was scanning your brain and stuff, but it was like they were using their thoughts to like control like a screen, like a smart TV, like to pick an app, like to like let's say you went to go on Netflix and select it. So it's like they were moving through the option screen using their thoughts, and I just thought that's insane. Obviously it's primitive now, but it's not going to be for very long. And obviously technology, as time goes on, it's accelerating and it's getting faster and faster, and it's going further and further. I do think that the next like kind of any kind of conflict we have is going to be a cross between cyber warfare and bio warfare, and I think that's the reason why there's so much emphasis on cybersecurity right now. Like in the US and stuff, like there's so many companies that are big. Like I see adverts for all the time here as well. Is that I think a lot of companies know, that they don't want to deal with that. They know that there's hacking, and we see it even with the companies that we're supposed to trust. This is why now, like if you go on a website, they all have like agreements about cookies and data because there's been so many scandals about companies like mishandling people's data and selling it off.
Right. Well, so part of what I'm saying is the United States is very advanced with AI. What the United States is, and this may not be an exaggeration, it's like the United States is still like high school compared to China. China did this in such a like rapid pace of ramping up AI that they've passed us already. They've passed us so badly that I'm going to get the title wrong, but there was a guy who was the head of cybersecurity, I think, in the military. He quit because he was frustrated. Well, you know about it, right? So he was that frustrated that the United States would not allocate sufficient resources, and that he said we're so far behind China. I'm out.
There's no point. Yeah, there's no point. Said we won't catch up.
Right, exactly, right. He gave some astronomical number it's going to take for us to catch up to them at the pace we're going. So that this is why I'm saying, and your point about Taiwan is really good. And I would wonder if mainland China needs the semiconductors themselves as opposed to wanting to shut off the supply to the rest of the world.
Well, either one is not good. Like I mean, whether they control the supply and still supply it or not, because that means that the leverage is all on their end. I mean, like that's so much, and this is kind of the disadvantage of our societies being so reliant on technology, is that, like, for example, imagine in a hospital, right? All of the equipment and all the tech that we use, imagine that someone just uploaded a virus to that hospital that just put all the systems off. all the people who are on life support, all of the everything, like everything that we're using is becoming smart. Smart TVs, smart houses, smart cars. So if you were able to initiate a cyber attack on a city where everything is running off of a network,
Exactly,
it's
exactly.
fucked. Like,
And that was my
imagine like we had smart trains, you know, like.
But no, but automobiles, man. I wrote this article several years ago about how people were. You could be in your laptop behind a car, and you could hack into the car's system.
Yeah.
You could control the steering, and the brakes were some of the things. You could use, and this was before smartphones were as big as they are. There was an auto show, and this company and they had figured out all this, capacity to hack into automobiles, and they were going to do a whole big presentation on how you can hack into BMWs. And BMW put, an injunction. They shut the presentation down. They sent the lawyers and the, police to say it's illegal to present this because this company figured it out. So, if you, like you said, cyber. So it's not just your automobile; it is the transportation system. It's the electrical grids. I mean, once you launch AI and shut down the electrical grids, you shut down everything. You shut down a nation. They have no electricity. Your trains won't run.
Yeah, this is why there's worries as well about like quantum computers and stuff like that. Because I
Right?
mean, those kind of computers, like if they work in the way they're being designed to, they would be able to go through processes so fast that they would be able to hack into a nuclear system and you couldn't stop them. If you,
Right.
it's ridiculous. Like,
Right. They could either blow up your bombs right there down in their silos, or shut them down so they can't even function.
there was
So
I think there was a movie that was kind of about that. I don't know if it was Olympus Has Fallen or, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't a supercomputer or anything. But it was kind of like it's just they took over the White House or something. And they went in the bunker and it was going to detonate the nukes. But it's the same thing though. Like that. I mean, I just thought to myself because that movie I heard about that, and then when I heard about what could possibly happen if you was to hack into the system and then detonate the nukes. I was like, that's even worse because you can do that remotely. I mean, in that movie, they had to actually get into the White House but it's like, get all the keys and they had to do it like the proper way. But it's like if you have a technology that surpasses that technology, you don't even have to do that.
That's my point exactly. Someone asked a question about. He said, we can't be that much in debt to China. He said someone's lying or stealing money and putting it in their pockets. It's a good question. I was at the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The deputy director was talking, and it was a breakfast, and I was there, and I asked him some questions, but not related to my questions. One of the things that he said was, if the United States wants to go to war with China, they would have to raise money, like war bonds. They'd have to raise capital to pay for the war. And then he said, and guess who they'd have to borrow the money from? China. So, China, we're declaring war on you, but can you loan us some money to fight you? And so that, it was kind of a joke, but it was, a sort of a gloomy joke. It wasn't very funny.
Yeah.
So there's someone that said federal government will have to implement the universal basic income system. After AI takes a lot of jobs. So in this documentary I sent to Chris, that's kind of the implication, because they're saying this next round of disruption from technology and AI is going to be taking out all these women who work in finance, and like they just listed a bunch of jobs that a lot of women occupy right now. And this was a woman talking about this. She said women are going to be devastated because a lot of their jobs can be automated through AI. So Do you guys talk in England about universal health? I mean, paycheck.
We literally have, well, we're more socialist than you guys are,
Okay.
and we have um a benefit system that's called universal basic income. I think,
Oh,
no way, is it called
man.
universal basic income? It's called universe. I think that is what it's called. I think that is what it's called. But it's definitely universal something something. I'm pretty sure it's universal basic income,
That,
but it's basically the
wow.
same concept. But it ain't. It's not like. I mean, it's more like. I mean, what do you have in America? You have
Welfare.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you guys is worse because when you was getting like these checks recently, like I mean, we didn't really have it like that where people just getting thousands to just sit at home. We didn't even like we didn't have it like that. But um, but like yeah, we definitely have. I don't know, like our cost of like our kind of living standard is different. We don't tend to have like homeless people to the same level as you guys have it.
Right.
See, it's very interesting for me because I've spoken to a lot of American people who hate socialism because they say socialism is communism, which it isn't. But and I find it's weird because I'm very capitalistic by nature, but because I've grown up here, I've realized that there's certain things where to me it's just normal, but to an American it's like that's evil, like that's wrong. And I'm like, interesting because if I'm honest with you, and again, it's hard to explain, I guess, if you haven't grown up here, but from what I can tell, I don't think I'd rather live in America than live here. And the thing is like I mean, in terms of opportunity, like in terms of money, like if I wanted to be pure capitalist, yes, definitely America. Like if I wanted to be a billionaire faster, I would go to America. Because one thing I do think socialism definitely does is it does kind of lessen people's ambition. One of my common complaints about it is I don't think people are remotely as ambitious as they are in America.
Okay.
We're a smaller country, different history and stuff, but it definitely is different. I don't know. It's hard to explain because I ain't, but because I'm so used to living here, you know what I mean? So to me, it's just so normal.
Right.
And we are still capitalists, you know what I mean? You can still become you still go to work, and if you put in effort you can still get rewarded from it. So which is why I don't know why socialism always gets equated to communism, because communism is the ideology of oh, we're all the same and you're all going to get the same. That's not socialism. Socialism is just more trying to basically socialism is more about taxing you a lot, like in America. You guys, I know you got Biden in there now.
Sorry,
but,
is socialism more about kind of redistributing wealth or something?
yeah, but through taxation
Right,
mainly.
exactly.
Yeah. So for example, if you was like making, I think it's maybe 60 or 70K here, like maybe it's a little less than that. But basically, if you was making over a certain amount here, the highest tax bracket here is 40%, which is practically half of your money. I mean, that's
Exactly.
like to you, like in America, hearing that probably sounds like a nightmare.
No, we're close. It's their high 30s, like 38. It's close to that, honestly.
Oh, okay. I thought it was lower.
Well, the third, a lot of people pay 28. So if you're in a lower tax bracket, you could be 28, 30, 33.
I think you guys have got better tax laws though, because I think it's easier for you to get around it.
That's the exact. You might be in
especially with real estate as well.
Right. You may be in a 38% tax bracket. What you write by the time you write off your cell phone and your auto and your all this and the trips that you took to England and the Bahamas, you just cut your tax. You cut
yeah, just get yourself a home office. Just write off everything.
If you put it in a trust, if you put it in a trust, then you just eliminated a whole bunch of other taxes. So we have a lot of loopholes.
Yeah, like it's. I don't know our tax laws very strongly here, but I know that it's not quite as flexible, and I know that our real estate isn't as good as over there. Again, it's just a smaller land mass, so it's like we don't have as much space to even do things like real estate to the same extent, and just stuff like that. Like, so it's just I think there's just less opportunities in some ways here, but in terms of the individual's living standard, it's probably a bit better because, like I said, you're not gonna find, like, you've got places over there like Skid Row. There's nothing even remotely like over here. I mean, like, there's just nothing like that at all. I've never seen a tent city in my life. Like, I've never seen that.
Yep.
You know, I've never seen like there's just some of the stuff where you've just got like just I don't know, like we just don't have that kind of. You'll see homeless people, sure, I see homeless people, but it's just not like that, you know. And I don't know, like when I hear about crisis economically and stuff, it just seems to be people get hit harder over there than here sometimes. And one of the biggest things, you guys, medical bills, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's like we don't have that. You don't have it where if you get in an ambulance, you're gonna have to pay, you know, for the ride to the hospital, and like that's just to me that sounds ridiculous. Because I've heard.
$2,500.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
$2,500, something like it's
Yeah,
out.
that's crazy. To me, that sounds insane. I mean, you know, like, because if you was more socialist, you wouldn't have things like that because you'd have higher taxes that would pay for these things. But you
Right.
see, like, a lot of people think that's bad, and I can't wrap my head around it. I'm like, why do you like? Do you want to pay those? Like, I don't get it. You know, like it's like I mean, I understand not wanting communism. No one wants that, but I mean, like, it's mad because I just think if you're smart about the tax things like you guys have in America, you can get around so much of the stuff anyway. You know, so it's like I don't know. It's hard to say, but all I know is that because we have the high taxes, we get to avoid things like that. So it might be okay. I've got to pay 20% VAT on every item I buy in the store. But like, if I'm just gonna be honest with you, it really day to day it does not affect me like that. I don't, not to the point where I'm worried about it. Now I'm not gonna lie, when you're in the 40% tax bracket, you know. But again, there's still ways around it. So it's just, it's not like we're not in some oppressive totalitarian type of environment. And I think sometimes when people hear the word socialism, they equate it to like communist China or Soviet Union, and it's like that's not what it is at all, you know. And I just find it interesting, I guess, because in certain ways, I think it would. I can see why. Like it seems to me in America, there's people who kind of do want to push more for socialism, but then you know, the problem is a lot of those people do just seem like they don't want to work, like they don't want to do
Right.
anything, you know. So,
Technically, you guys pay for that ambulance. You pay the $2,500. You just
but
make
free taxes, yeah.
payments on it. We just get the lump sum, and then people file bankruptcy. So
But it just feels more like the thing is, if everyone's paying, like if I go to a store, right, and it's got 20% VAT, which means that, you know, the item's going to be more because of that. You
right,
know, it affects online things as well. Like, for example, like, you know, I'll play video games and I'll buy a game. A video game now might cost like $70. But for me, it will cost $70 if you actually convert it. You know what I mean? Like it's
right,
lower in terms of pounds. It might be £50 or whatever, but if you actually convert it, I'm paying more than an American's paying, you know.
right, right.
And when I first converted, I was like, wow, what the fuck? Because before I understood conversions, I thought we was always getting a better deal. Because I thought, yeah, we're paying less than you, like, like, you know. But then I realized the pound is worth more than the dollar, and I was pissed. I was like, okay, never mind. You know, so which is funny. I don't know why exactly the pound is still a strong currency, because a lot of people thought after we left the EU it was just going to plummet or something. Doesn't
Well,
seem to be.
I think that says more about the United States' relationship to Great Britain.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's like this unspoken relationship. But if you look at the value of currency, that says a lot. Just look at around the world as the United States value to how the United States will value other people's currency, and yet Great Britain has always been stronger than the dollar. Always. I mean, for a little while, the Canadian dollar was stronger than the U.S. for a little while. And it did it again in the past 10 years. But
Canadian dollar looks terrible.
it is now, but I don't know if it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago. The Canadian dollar was just a little, it was equal and then it was more. But I remember I went to Canada when I was young, a teenager, and the Canadian dollar was more than the US dollar. I remember that because we went to a restaurant. It was a bunch of family. We had a big table, and the waiter screwed up everyone's order and brought out the wrong food and all this. And so my mother was like, "Well, we shouldn't leave a tip." And I said, my father was like, yeah, that's right. I said, no. Since the Canadian dollar is more, why don't we leave him 1 US penny as a tip? And that was the ultimate, man. And I said, oh, I'll leave the tip. So I left 1 penny. So that story is how I remember that the Canadian dollar was more, because I left him 1 US penny as a message. So anyway,
There's something Country Boy said that I just wanted to mention quickly, because he said like there was an age-old saying that people will create something that we will lose all control of. Self-aware artificial intelligent machines is scary Terminator type of scenery. And it's funny because something I've spoken about with like some of my friends before is I say to them, I think there's a point of no return.
Myth Twist, keep going. I can hear you, but I'm just stepping away. You won't see.
Okay.
Go ahead, keep going.
But yeah, something I've said to them before is that I think there's a point of no return of technology. So like after a certain point, you advance. So basically, the best way I can describe what I'm talking about is revolutions. So like for example, back in the day, really still up until like maybe even still today, but even now it might be too late. I don't know, but certainly not that long ago. If let's say a government was tyrannical or doing something you didn't agree with, people could still revolt, and this was one of the main things that obviously kept the government from wanting to be on the wrong side of the public, because it's like if they weren't too arrogant or foolish, they knew the people could potentially rise up against them and overthrow them, because it's happened multiple times throughout history, and I mean, even in Britain, it happened. I mean, it was ages ago, but it did happen. And it's one of the reasons why now we have the parliament and the monarchy basically has no power, so.
Right. France and Marie Antoinette, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, the governments knew there was the possibility of revolution to keep them honest. But it's like, when I think of the point of no return, it's like a point where that isn't really possible anymore. Like, say, for example, if you like, I mean, people always have these theories about like, oh, the government will put chips in you or whatever. Let's just say theoretically something like that did happen. If we accepted that as a society where basically everyone had chips in them, I mean, like if the government had designed it in a way where you could be switched off instantly, I mean, because already now they've got like crowd controlling technology, and stuff like that. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah, so it's like even things like that, and they've got drones. Like, I mean, I heard that they're starting to, working on these robot attack dogs. Like basically the point is that as technology evolves, we're getting further and further down a path where you won't really be able to do anything about the government. I mean, at a certain point, like because I know, especially in America, with your Second Amendment, like the right to bear arms, the entire purpose is to be able to rise up against a tyrannical government. But with the way we're going now, you won't be able to rise against them in the same way unless you're a hacker or something. I mean, like, I feel like that'd be the only way. Like, if everything becomes techno based, even what was it like Biden was saying something about like wanting to have smart guns, where it's like they couldn't even shoot, I think, or something like that, unless like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically along the lines of smart guns. And this is what I'm thinking, like, the more digital you become, I think they'll reach a point where the people who are more analog, like who are still in the real world, their lifestyle is going to become like, it's going to be the only thing that protects them. if somewhere down the line the tech becomes a problem, you know what I mean? Because I do think we're going to go past the point of no return if we haven't already, and there ain't going to be anything you can do. And I say the point of no return because I don't think you're going to be able to go back. And it's worrying. It sounds weird, but I genuinely do think it's a genuine concern. And I don't think we really have it because we're so caught up in advance. But I always ask people, I'm like, what are we advancing towards though? Like, because when people say, oh, it's technological progression, it's like, but to what? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like, what's the cost of it? Because like, even when we talk about nature to do with society and like relationship dynamics, It's the same thing a feminist would say to you. Oh, well, this is the evolution. We're advancing. We're not doing the old ways anymore. That's old. And I feel like our general mentality is like that in the West. It's like, if it's newer, it must be better. You know what I mean? Even though a lot of the traditional things is what got us where we are today. And that's not just relationships and family, but even technologically as well. And it's hard to say because technology is helping us. Like, even what we're doing right now, it's like, okay, it's beneficial, but it's like, do we actually need it though? You get what I mean? Like, is it worth the cost? I don't know. And that's why it's just a bit concerning, I guess.
Well, that's right. So, you know, I've talked about living with Mayan Indians, and that was in the mid 90s, and they were surviving. And these were not people that you would look at and see their village as these poor, desperate people. They didn't have electricity or running water, but yet they ate.
Intelligence.
They just were not like London or New York, but these people were eating.
Yeah.
They hunt. They could talk about analog. They could literally live off the land, literally, without money, and survive. That's what you had in these places. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. So could we live without this technology? Yes. And I'm sort of, there's something that in this documentary that I sent to Chris, they did this graph and they looked over, I think, I don't know, 2,000 years. And they said that there were some advancements in technology, and they, there were several advancements that had an impact on jobs and, reduced jobs. But the point of the graph was to show that over the course of like 2,000 years, you saw this very slow, steady incline of development for mankind. And then somewhere around the 1920s, it spikes.
Yeah.
And it shows that just like something happened in mankind that had them develop like exponentially. Like it's just outrageous to see this flat line for 2,000 years and then poof, this explosion. And they were, they're assuming that it must have been the industrial age, but it really makes you think, like, why didn't mankind advance? Because technically the iPhone could have been made 2,000 years ago because all the natural resources needed to make it were here.
I said the exact same thing to someone the other day. Yeah, exactly.
So, what really like this is, okay. I'm going to actually share the screen. I found the section in the video where this guy talks about it.
Okay. The great compliment of geek. Of vast potential and transforming almost every aspect of human endeavor and experience. Andrew McAfee is a research scientist at MIT who co-authored The Second Machine Age. The great compliment that a songwriter gives another one is, gosh, I wish I'd written that one. The great compliment a geek gives another one is, wow, I wish I had drawn that graph. So I wish I had drawn this graph. The graph uses a formula to show human development and growth since 2000 BCE. The state of human civilization is not very advanced, and it's not getting better very quickly at all. And this is true for thousands and thousands of years. When we formed empires and empires got overturned, when we tried democracy, when we invented zero and mathematics and fundamental discoveries about the universe, big deal. The numbers don't change very much. What's weird is that the numbers change essentially in the blink of an eye at one point in time. And it goes from really horizontal, unchanging, uninteresting to holy Toledo, crazy vertical. And then the question is, what on earth happened to cause that change? And the answer is the Industrial Revolution. There were other things that happened, but really what fundamentally happened is we overcame the limitations of our muscle power. Something equally interesting is happening right now. We are overcoming the limitations of our minds. We're not getting rid of them, we're not making them unnecessary, but holy cow, can we leverage them and amplify them now? You have to be a huge pessimist not to find that profoundly good news. I really
I guess I'm the huge pessimist.
And anyone who wants to see that whole, I'm gonna drop the link in the chats if you want to check that video out. It's actually a really good video.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. That's really interesting, though. I'm gonna definitely watch it because, I mean, I get it. It makes sense what you said about the Industrial Revolution, especially because of the exact reason you said, because of not relying on muscle. Basically, like human limitation is what has been our issue. I mean, no wonder it's not drastically changed because humans are humans. And it's like we're not going to evolve massively in 2,000 years. So our limitations are going to be the same. But once we develop something that could bypass the limitations, then no wonder we went on. And also, when did he say? Well, like around 1920? So also, I mean, we had the First World War as well previously, which, you know, led to a lot of mass development of new tech as well.
Right. Even look at China had gunpowder for I don't know how many thousands or hundreds of years, and the British turned it into a weapon, and
Yep.
then took the British learned about gunpowder from Chinese, and then turned it into a weapon and came back into and beat them. So just and that's what we keep doing. War has created so many advances in technology. And you guys have heard me say this before. It's really not the government. It's the what do they call it? The industrial complex, the defense
Military industrial.
military, right? That's the word. It's the military that. So it's not even it is the companies that supply to the military that have the power. So so when you say the industrial military complex, we're talking about defense contractors, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Martin Marietta, these huge corporations that are making huge strides. We probably don't even know half of what they've created. And they're just way more advanced. They are advanced. So the advances they make in military development gets passed on to the civilian society. So imagine, we're using computers and we say they're fast and powerful and do all these things. They are maybe 10 years ahead of us, if not more now. With their with the computer technology and the Pentagon. I mean, they are far more advanced. And and sometimes we see these movies and we see these advances from 20 years ago. The movie showed XYZ, and now bang, here we are, real world. It's here. So it wasn't just some science fiction. It's coming from somewhere. So
That's one of the weirdest things to me. Is seeing sci-fi concepts becoming real. Like, I mean, even in my lifetime, I mean, touchscreen, for example. Like, I remember when I was little, looking at movies where they were touching the screen. I thought, wow, that's so futuristic. And it's like before I was even out of my teens, we was already doing that. And same thing with VR. I always say this to people. I remember when my mum used to play Sims, this video game Sims, and in the game you could have your character playing like a VR headset game. And at the time when they put it there, it was like this futuristic idea. This wasn't that long ago. This was in the 2000s. And so VR tech would have definitely been in development back then, but most people just didn't know that. But it's just funny because it was there in the game. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, that's so futuristic. I thought I'd be old by the time that existed. And then again, before I was even out of my teens, they were coming onto the market. And now, and now we're talking about, you got Zuckerberg talking about, using virtual reality and stuff to create a metaverse to make the internet go from 2D to 3D. Like, it's insane. Like, so many things. And metaverse, even that concept, if you look at the movie Ready Player One, that's effectively similar to what they're talking about. And Ready Player One as a book came out, I think, in like the 90s. And it's like, but now we've got someone like Mark Zuckerberg literally talking about making that real.
So technically, I want to end this, but I've got to ask you a question that you just opened the door to. What if we are already in a metaverse, a virtual?
The simulation.
Right. You and I, what if this whole conversation is just algorithmically structured, and you and I really don't exist except inside of some laboratory, some computer system.
I don't know, man.
I'm one of the players of someone who's controlling me, right? And so are you.
It's weird because literally last week I watched what's that movie called? It's got Jim Carrey in it, and his whole life. And I know you definitely know what movie I'm talking about because it's really iconic. I'm just forgetting the name for some reason. The Truman Show.
Oh, Truman. Yeah. I forget the guy's name. But I know that.
Yeah, and in the Truman Show, like obviously it's not a simulation, but it kind of is. It's just not digital, but it's like
TV. That was more reality TV.
Yeah, but it's like the idea that his whole life's controlled.
Right.
And like, I mean, it's like that reminds me of like a simulation theory thing in a way. But I mean, one of my friends, he was talking to me about it as well, and he said, well, if we can develop AI right now to create simulations, then why is it not possible that that's already happened?
Exactly.
So I mean, I get it from that perspective. It's just really hard. It's really hard to wrap your head around that possibility. Like,
I mean, isn't that what like the Matrix is about, right? So if I get a rock and put my hand on the table and slam my hand with the rock, it really doesn't hurt, but the algorithm makes me think it hurts.
Yeah, it's like the Matrix again. That's another trilogy of movies I watched recently. Like, a new one's coming out next month. Actually, should be interesting. But yeah, like even with that, like, because there's a character in the original Matrix movie called Cypher, and he wants to go back into the Matrix.
Right.
And he says like, even though he's back in the real world, he when he goes back, he's eating a steak, and he says, "I know that this isn't real, and that it's sending electro signals to my brain, telling me that it tastes like steak, whatever, something like that." But then he says, ignorance is bliss.
Right. I still want to enjoy it, right?
Yeah, like he says, I don't want to remember anything, so that's the deal he makes. He just doesn't want to remember, and he wants to be rich. And I just remember thinking to myself, if you came out of the simulation using some post-apocalyptic dystopian, like, you might want to go back in. I don't know, it might be too much, but it's just hard for me to imagine because I don't know. I thought about it, and I'm not sure. I mean, personally, I don't know where I'd really go if I did believe that. Like, it's like I don't know. What do you start thinking about your life then? So I don't really personally think it is the case, but I don't write it out as it's impossible. Because at the end of the day, if who knows, we have tech that can we run simulations all the time. I mean, that's literally what you were talking about earlier with AI, like when they're doing things like the Go thing, that's them simulating stuff, so I guess it's possible, but it's just hard to imagine. It's just super hard to imagine. But
in our video games, the people look more lifelike than ever.
Yeah, well, that's like the game I was talking about, Sims. That's what it would basically be like. It'd be like we're being controlled by someone in a game. I mean, it's just hard to wrap your head around it, though, man. Like, it's just.
Well, let's suppose that we are, right? And some people, in some ways, people actually believe that when they talk about karma and predestined, like some things are predestined. That's basically saying the same thing. So instead of saying a physical being created algorithms, you're saying that a non-physical being is creating algorithms, and we're all predestined for something. And then there's something called karma. So if you did this, this is coming back to you. So that's kind of predestined also. So people are saying that in different ways. So let's suppose that we are in a simulation and this is all algorithms. So there's two ways to look at this, right? And the kind of easy way is that if you are algorithmically functioning, you actually get to say what kind of algorithms you want, right? So I want to be rich, I want to be intelligent, I want to be, I want to be successful, I want to be an athlete, right? You just have to put in the work to make that happen. So you can so technically there's no free will. You can only choose. You only have free will to the extent it's given to you, and what's given to you is on like this Chinese menu, and as long as it's on the menu, you can pick it. You can operate within those parameters. So you can actually exist in a society where the algorithms are written for you. You're just choosing, and then there's correlated activities and a mindset that go with that algorithm. You follow me on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. The other one is more complex, and this requires a very different kind of thinking where you actually hack yourself. And I guess that's what the red pill and blue pill was in the Matrix. So instead of taking a pill, you hack your own algorithms, which means you're basically destroying your algorithmic function, and then you get to write your own. You get to write your own algorithms.
I wouldn't trust the second option.
Well, see, you have to learn how to hack yourself.
But you see, I wouldn't believe to me if there's if everything we knew is a simulation that's that sophisticated, I wouldn't believe that you could hack yourself. Like you would think you're hacking yourself, but how you see, like that's the problem with it, is like it's you can't know any action you take is your own. So it's like, well,
right.
Are you hacking yourself, or is it just part of the program for you to do what you're doing? Like you're just doing what you're supposed to. You see, like that's the mind fuck you get into when you start thinking about predeterminism, fatalism, and free will. Like, I love the topic because I talk about it again. I discuss it with people all the time. But it's like it always makes it's so hard to. I mean, I guess for me, if we were, I would like to think I'd be more the second person of it, like like the person who would self hack. I would like to think. But I think we'd all like to think that way. And then,
that's a problem, right? Everyone thinks they're the exception to the rule, right? So I think what you're saying is basically what they tell you in the Matrix, that Neo is just part of the programming, right? So even though he thinks he's outside of the Matrix, he's still in it. He's just predestined to function, and the algorithm was already written for him, right? So, and even though he thinks he took the red pill and he's out of the Matrix, he's still functioning within the destiny of the Matrix. Right? Am I following you?
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, obviously, because it's a movie and stuff, like he kind of isn't, but but he kind of is. Like it's weird because like he finds out, like he's still like everything he's doing, he was meant to do. Because he meets the architect of the Matrix, and the architect he sees all these screens of him, which is a crazy scene. But like he sees all these screens of previous versions of him that be in the room, and like even certain lines he'll say, he's already said like a dozen times, and it's like that's crazy because you think you're doing exactly what. So him coming out of the Matrix, all of it was meant to go that exact way. But because again it's a movie, they're gonna write it in a way where he kind of breaks out of it. But maybe this is me being a little pessimistic, but I guess I would think of it like realistically, I don't know if you'd break out of the cycle like that. I guess I just struggle to believe it'd be that simple. Like I just think,
so
like we like to believe it would, but
Right. I would have to take the conversation to that next level is going to sound really, I don't know, beyond arrogant. But so yeah, what the movie is sort of saying is what I said is like Neo hacked himself and got out the system, right? Um, but in another way to look at it, um, the way you could say Neo was seen was he became a god.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
And so if you unhack yourself, or well, you hack into yourself and undo it and remove whatever, if you look at it as like everyone's connected and you have a virus planted into you that's, telling you, that's algorithmically controlling you, if you unhacked that and hacked yourself, I know I'm saying it in a complicated way, but
Okay.
if you did that and you actually then became a true master of your destiny, is that maybe what I'm saying is you actually would become a god.
In that context, yeah, you would, because you'd be like the only person who has free will.
Right.
So you effectively would be. It's that's why in the Matrix he is like, I mean, he can fly around, he can
Right.
stop bullets. Like, I mean, that to anyone else, you basically, that's like some superpower stuff. Like, you're not, that's like, how are you doing that? So from that perspective, you do become like that. Even when he went outside of the Matrix, he was able to even stop the machines in the real world.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? That's how. So it, which is those movies are just something else though. Like, I mean, I've watched them recently and I was just like, wow, because I watched them as a kid, but obviously as a kid it didn't really. I loved them. I loved them, but I didn't understand them the way like I understand them now. And especially after learning about the red pill and going back watching them, knowing that, with the whole concept and stuff, it's interesting. Because even like the cipher thing, it's like that reminds me of like certain things as well. With guys maybe like, oh, like they can't accept the red pill, so they try and go back to the blue pill. They try and go back, and they don't want to take the responsibility. They just want to, ignorance is bliss. It's they can just simp out and not have to think about it. That's what it reminds me of. But it's so strange how those kinds of things work. I mean, I won't keep going on about it, but there's a lot of things though in relation to this type of subject, like so many different things I've brought up to people before, like technology and nature and how they're the same thing, basically, and whereas a lot of people think that they're not, or like science and tech is like, nature and science are like diametrically opposed and they're opposites. It's like they're inherent, like they're literally the same thing. They're not opposed at all, because you can't, like, nature, technology is just manipulated nature. That's how I think of it, because that is quite literally what it is. It's just you've taken natural resources and manipulated them, and you've made certain things out of it.
Exactly.
Which is kind of the funny thing, because when you talk about the simulation thing, even though I'm on the fence about it, I remember one time I was talking with someone about this, to do with like the whole idea of like what God is and all that, and because I'm not a religious person really, but I did think to myself, like, it's fascinating that in nature we have the capabilities to make this technology, because what you said is something I've thought about. Like, you could have made an iPhone 2,000 years ago. I mean, if you listen to some people who, I mean, you have people like Plato who believe there's, Atlantis and these precursor civilizations where they did advance. I mean, there's been that idea for a long time. I don't know how true that is, because I don't know where the proof of it is, but it's an interesting idea, I guess. Just in case, in the sense of maybe people did do it before. I did hear one guy once on YouTube say, well, maybe they knew, like, maybe those civilizations were wiser than us. Maybe some of them knew what they could do and they chose not to do it. And I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. But I mean, you've got like certain civilizations like the Egyptians that's still a bit of a mystery in terms of how they did things like the pyramids. So I don't know what to make of some of those things, but I do just think it's very interesting that nature affords you the ability to do all of these things, even things like what we're using now, like Wi-Fi, always existed, which is kind of crazy to think about because you can't see it. And for the entire time we've been here, it's been there. And I mean, it's only recently that we manipulated it to create the internet. And I mean, if before that point, it was just there floating around. Makes you, I guess, with me, I wonder sometimes like what other things are like that we just haven't seen and manipulated.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say next. What are the other things we haven't discovered that is just always like that? Laws of aerodynamics were always there. We just didn't know how to leverage them.
Yeah.
Radio frequencies, right? Wi-Fi, all of that. The capacity for it to happen has always been there. So what other things have a God, man, see you. I'm like thinking, do I want to say what I'm thinking, right?
I don't see what I mean. I have these conversations with people all the time. I mean, we have these talks, but to me it's fascinating, like, which is why I've got a lot of thoughts in already because I've thought about it a lot of times. But like very very few people, most of the time when I talk about it, people they get it where I'm coming from because I try and break it down in a way they but it is actually insane to think about. And I think it's just as we're in a technological age and we're advancing, it makes me ask these questions so much more because I'm trying to understand, like, where does this come from? Where's it going?
Right. Well, right. And, we were talking about, if we're just metaphorically saying the matrix, if you step out, right, who do you become? So who do you become, and are you a god compared to the average person? So it makes you even wonder, and I know Country Boy asked the question, what's up with extraterrestrial talk and interdimensional beings coming and going from our plane of existence? They can't be angels and demons because no such being needs technology. So if we take that and take everything we've been just saying, and you just look at the Bible, the story of Christ walking on water and healing people and all this stuff, basically he was a god, right? And some people say he was God. Some people say he was the son of God. But he also said, "There's nothing I can do that you can't do." So whether he existed or not is kind of irrelevant. But if he did exist, did he exist with the sole intention of elevating man to a God status so you didn't have to depend on technology, or you could create technology to support your God status? Or was that someone attempting to tell us a story? We have the capacity for this. We just don't know how. We don't know how to get to it based on the mindset of mankind.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you, I mean, Christ 2,000 years ago, right? So the iPhone could have been created then, but Christ, we can't even imagine. And so if you look at his story from age 12 to 32, he was gone. So what are all the capacities that he had that we don't fully comprehend, right? And I'm not getting into whether the Bible is real or not, Christ. I'm just only saying that if someone like that was saying, there's nothing I do that you cannot do, then as humans, are we selling ourselves short? Or is it that we're in a simulation that has like a governor? You know how they put a governor on an engine of a car or a riding lawnmower? So are we now, is our governor self-imposed that's on us, or has that been put on us? And then my conversation of hacking yourself and having freedom, right? It comes with some responsibility, but then you're actually also thrown into sort of nothingness, right? What you knew to be reality is no longer reality. Um, so do we have this capacity, and we are being distracted from it? So we have information overwhelm with the internet. We have entertainment. Uh, we have misunderstood sex. And imagine, and I know I'm saying a lot, but imagine if part of the portal to getting to a godlike is through sexual intercourse. So this man and woman comes together, and if they use sex properly, you can have access to that godlike in you. But that's a very different relationship than a woman who's running around and having children with a bunch of different men.
Well, you see, because I was gonna say, a woman here is that she's like, see, we are God.
But
We
right,
are God.
exactly right. I'm a whore, and horror culture is I'm a god. I am.
Goddess culture.
Right. So, um, these are things that I think about, and so what is our true capacity? We don't really know. Even if you just look at the Olympics and look at Usain Bolt and what he did, he ran times that seemed impossible just a few decades ago.
I mean, I guess to an extent, like, I mean, I think there's different ways you can look at it. There's like a naturalistic way you can look at it, and there's a technological way you can look at it. Because the naturalistic way, I don't know if this is any particular religion, but I tend to like this idea, especially as like a creative type of person. But there's an idea a lot of people say, like, oh, we all have like the God kind of capacity in us because we create things. So like, the whole notion of a God is that it can create,
Right.
and not just life but the world. And I guess we might not create a mountain, but we can create skyscrapers. We can also destroy those things as well. And so, again, similar to the God concept of giving life and taking life, creating and destroying, it's like we can do all those things anyway. I mean, like, and then obviously we know we can create life like an actual another human being. So that's another thing. So it's like almost as if in nature, I don't know if I'd say it's like that means we are God, but it's almost like in the sense of that idea of having the capacity to kind of like that is what it is, I guess, for us as humans to be God. Like it could be just we create, and that is what it is. Like even when we create art or you create, because I mean, think like as an artistic person, there's certain things I see with art, and I'm not one of these people who necessarily thinks there's a muse like that. I'm more grounded in reality than that. But I won't lie that there are times when something clicks, and it does feel almost like lightning struck, like there are moments like that, and it is kind of just like everything just clicks into place. Sometimes there are just those magical moments in life sometimes that they kind of defy reason, and truthfully they probably don't defy reason. It's
Right.
more probably just like we don't have the capacity yet to measure it, and that's the thing. Like science is always seen as the antithesis of religion and God and all those things, but I just don't get how it can be, because the only reason we can do those things is because we have the capacity to do them. Even if you believe in a God, the God gave you the capacity to create science.
Right.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So, and why can the universe that the God created even be measured with science if it's not? Do you know? Like it just, to me, it's all linked. They're not meant to be divided. You know what I mean? I don't think those concepts are meant to be
I
segregated like that.
get that.
Yeah, I guess as well, but the technological side of the God thing you're talking about would, and this is the thing I really don't like the idea of. But I guess that would be going more towards the direction of like transhumanism and the
Yeah.
technological singularity and one consciousness and all of that. And that's the stuff that I'm kind of concerned that I feel like that's the end goal of a lot of this stuff. Because I mean there's when you were saying about like being a god, I mean there are people who are rich that they really like the idea of preserving their consciousness in the cloud, because in a sense it's like a form of immortality. right? Like,
Right,
you know,
right.
if you could do that, like, and there's a show called Altered Carbon. I haven't watched it properly, but it's on Netflix, and like it's a fictional show, but it's like it shows like a future dystopian kind of reality where people could just put their consciousness in the cloud, and then they could download it into like new bodies, but only if you have the money to do it.
Right. Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah, but to me, isn't that crazy of a concept? Because we have cloud technology right now, and there are people literally talking about, like, there's legitimate scientists that are talking about trying
Right.
to upload your consciousness to the cloud. Like, it's there's people really putting money behind those ideas. So, and again, like the metaverse concept, that links with it as well. Like, it's crazy, man. But I can just see how in a lot of ways it links to that. And even so, what you're saying about the simulation thing, it can get real mind bendy, because it's kind of like, did it already happen and we're going towards the point when it happened? Do you know what I mean? It's weird.
Well, if you look at, so just take what you just said. You can put your consciousness, right? You're talking about your memories, what you know.
Yeah.
You can take that and put it in a cloud, and then you create a metaverse and you download it into one of the characters, and there
Mhm.
you go. And that, so that may be, what if that's us already?
Yeah.
So,
it's
so
hard to it's hard to explain, because, you know, like when you have a dream, it's the same thing. Like when people say, how do you know this isn't a dream, right? But then you think about your dreams, especially if you've dreamt before, and you kind of know, like when you're lucid dreaming, it does feel different to like this state that we're in. But then, you know, it's really hard to.
what? No, no. Just think about what you said. You put all your memories compressed in the cloud, and you could download it into another body, or you can download it into the metaverse and function in the metaverse.
Yeah, which I think is what, and this is the thing. I think, see, like we're still of the, even me, even though I'm Gen Z. You know, I mean, I'm the zillennial. Like my generation is the generation that's supposed to be the most hooked into it. But I'm not like I'm like one of the few people in my age group where I'm a bit like, I don't know about this tech stuff, and it's weird because I love it in so many ways, and it does make life so much more convenient. But
Right?
like, I wouldn't have wanted to grow up necessarily back in the 1920s or 30s or 40s, or like,
Right.
I'm happy with when I was born, but so much opportunities and stuff. But it's just like, I think about the future we're gonna have, and I'm not sure. I feel like I have nothing to prove this, but I just feel like we're in a golden era right now. For all of this stuff, everything that they're talking about, like crypto, metaverse, all, I feel like we're in a golden period. And I keep saying the point of no return. Like, I think there's just gonna be a point where it won't be as accessible. It'll be more censored. It won't be like it is now. It won't be this wild west you can get in and change your life. I don't think it will stay like that. I think at some point it will become more controlled and stuff, especially with automation, and I just don't think it'll be the same. And I think when that point happens, my generation will be older, and it's like, if you didn't, I feel like when we're at now, you just want to make the most out of it. I have nothing to prove that will happen, but I don't know. It's just something in my gut is just telling me.
Yeah. No,
I don't know.
I can see that. So did you know that, when you are, when an infant is 6 months old, they don't recognize themselves in a mirror. Did you know that?
I think I've heard that before. Yeah.
Do you know about how long it takes for a child to recognize their own reflection in the mirror?
Not.
About 18 months. So when you're about 18 months, you can recognize yourself in the mirror.
Mhm.
So think about that. Even though it's always you in the mirror, the day you're born, you don't really recognize yourself. What if that's what we're dealing with as human beings?
What you mean, like? I mean, when you say not recognize ourselves, like how does that translate like to us as adults? Like we're not recognize. Basically, are you saying like we're not recognizing the world around us for what it is?
Nope, nope. You don't recognize yourself in the mirror. It's just yourself, not the world. It's yourself.
Okay.
You can touch your hand and your leg, and you know that you're there physically as a
Mhm.
as a as a 1-year-old, right? You can, this is my finger and my hand, and you can touch your face and your hair. Um, but but to really have the relationship with you in the mirror as that's me, it's almost like you don't have full access to yourself and knowing that that's me.
Mhm.
You see something occurring, you know something's there, but you haven't fully um, comprehended the fact that you are looking at yourself.
Hmm. I'm just trying to I'm trying to understand like how as an adult, like what
I,
you mean by.
I'm coming to it. We're about to take off. So what if, just, I said, what if we're in a simulation, right? Uh,
Mhm.
and so what if we, just like when you look in the mirror and you're, 9 months old and you don't know that's you. You just see something moving. You don't know it's you. Um, I'm going to add one more thing to this. Back in the late 1800s, they found tribes that were in the Amazon, and they hadn't really had contact with people who called themselves civilized. And they showed the Amazonians a picture of a man, and they couldn't see the picture. So if you took a picture of a man in the Amazon and then said, "Hey, look, this is a picture of you," he couldn't see. He didn't have the distinctions to actually see himself or any man in a picture, right? Because they didn't have the context for camera, film, and be able to put it all together to see that that's actually me. So when you said to him, "This is a man in a picture," they're like, "No, you're a man, I'm a man, but I don't know what this thing is." Maybe they just saw pixels and colors and shapes, but they couldn't see a man until they could really fully get the context of a camera and film. So maybe that's like the child seeing themselves in the mirror and not fully comprehending that that's me. They don't have the distinction. They don't have the capacity to distinguish that's me in the mirror, just like the guy in the Amazon who had never seen cameras and film didn't have the capacity to distinguish that's me on this, what you call a picture. So what if that's what's happening with us as humans? Like, the greatness that we actually have, we don't have distinctions for it. Like, we have it, and I know in a corny way people say, "Oh, you have everything you need is inside of you." Like, that's a nice thing. That's more of a corny thing to say. It's more like pop culture. But what if
But
we have the capacity to actually be a god, what we can't see it, like we can't recognize ourselves in the mirror, we can't see that that's us. We lack the distinctions, like the guy couldn't distinguish the picture of himself. We can't see ourselves that way. We're oblivious to it. We just don't even, it doesn't even occur that that's possible. But it's always been your reflection of you in the mirror, even though you can't distinguish that that's you. It's still you there. But we don't know how to recognize ourselves. We recognize what the world has told us we are. And even though they say you can be anything you want, we really don't recognize ourselves in our full capacity. A good question, Imperator. Good question. And interesting, you know, this even kind of fits. Country Boy talked about that movie Lawnmower Man, and how he reached a much higher capacity. I mean, he basically almost became like a god through technology in Lawnmower Man. And then they made that man in a computer. He went into the computer, right? So he was a god inside of technology.
Yeah, that's the other side of it that I was mentioning, the transhumanist side. That's the side, realistically, I think, like, so, and the other thing you mentioned about being inside us was the naturalistic side I mentioned. Like, I think, personally, I'd rather we stuck to the naturalistic side. Whether or not, but I think,
let me say, now what if nature's here to serve us and we just naturally, like you're saying, as a god, can command nature to do or not do things? Well, we're clueless,
but
like,
wouldn't,
see it.
but couldn't you say that's what science is, though? Because I mean, like, you got to think, like, the way we conceptualize, for example, let's say you think of like a superhero, like, you know, someone who can fly. So you know, like when you see these films like Limitless, or like whenever they make a movie or some idea of humans reaching their full capacity, it's always like a superhero. But it's like, maybe it's not that grandiose, you know, maybe realistically our full capacity is just basically like what we're doing already. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, the fact that we can create these things in science and then we're constantly advancing, because that's a whole other thing as well. It's like, why do we keep advancing? Like, for example, when an iPhone 9 comes out, why is it even possible to make a 10 or an 11? You know, like, why doesn't it stop? Do you get what I mean? Like, where's the end point? Like, because you would think logically there's going to be an end point, right?
No, we don't know that. See, we believe that.
Yeah, exactly. But that's my point, though, is that it's like, I think that's where it just gets like super weird to think about, because it's like, it's like you don't know whether there's an endpoint, but then it's like the only way to find out is to keep going, you know. But then that's where you run into the other issue that I have, which is the whole point of no return thing, like, because you have to trust humanity to not, you know, be irresponsible with their advancements, and I'm not sure I have the faith in them to do that.
What if we're just asking the wrong questions because we're looking in the wrong way, right? So they asked the wrong questions 2,000 years ago. If they would have asked better questions, they could have created an iPhone.
Exactly, that's true. But is it? I mean, it's crazy, because it's like, imagine a world. Imagine we had an advance from 2,000 years ago. Like, imagine we just didn't advance. We just stayed in the same place. It's crazy, because we're living in the world right now where we did advance. But if we hadn't, we wouldn't know any different. The same way how they didn't know Wi-Fi was floating around their head. It's like, that's insane. Like, every time I think about it, it's just mind-blowing. Like, that they literally think about Amazonian, like the Aztecs, they had Wi-Fi literally floating up, like, you know what I mean? I just don't think we ever think of it like that. We think it's this weird thing we just came up with, like, in the last few decades. It's always existed, and it's not man-made.
But do you understand that now you're using my analogy of the mirror? So that's always you in the mirror, but you actually couldn't distinguish that it was you. You were always there.
Yeah, I think transhumanism is the only way we're going to figure it out, like, in the way you're describing, and to what Impera said, like, what do we need to reach our full capacity? It would be technology. That's the way. Any transhumanist, that's what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you you're going to need to put some implants in, because think about it, you're as far as all science is telling us right now. For example, there was this idea that was being said, like, I don't remember what the exact number was, but it sounded like we only use 10% of our brain, something like that.
Yeah, but you found that's inaccurate. That's
I know, because when I studied psychology, they sniped that immediately. It was like, no, there's like, when they've done brain scans, and, you know, the synapses on your brain, like, it's all lights up. So you're practically using your whole brain.
Exactly.
Just to use, like, for example, just to use your eyes, it takes up like a lot of energy. So so it's like we're definitely using our brains a lot based on what we're reading. But if it's like if you wanted to kind of jailbreak yourself, or like kind of similar to what you said about hacking yourself to go
Right.
beyond the boundaries, it
Right.
would be through technology. I don't think anything in nature is going to do it. I mean, some people do believe that, though. People who are spiritual think you can do it naturally. But my only issue with that is I don't see the tangible results of that in a day-to-day basis. I'm pretty certain in 10 or 20 years, if implants exist where you can, jack something into yourself and run super fast, I'm going to be able to see the tangible outcome, and it's weird to think about, but I think that that's basically what it is. Like when you're talking about Usain Bolt, if you want to run that fast and you can't do it naturally, it's going to require technology, some type of technology that's maybe not on the market yet for you to do that. If you can't do it naturally, that's what it's going to take. But it's like, that's a fascinating society to think about as well. It's like a society of just enhanced humans. Because then you get into the whole thing of like, what is a human? Are we human anymore? That's practically the entire sci-fi genre of cyberpunk practically has that discussion all the time. That's what it's been doing since like 70s or whenever it came out. It's like, what is the whole, where's a human? You got some of these movies that talk about it, especially all the ones that have been on AI recently, like Ex Machina, which was kind of an interesting movie. Like just stuff like that. But that's the stuff that I kind of think about that I find interesting. Because when you said about the mirror thing and our capacity, I think the only way you're gonna know what we can really do is you'd have to use technology to go beyond the boundaries we have now. I think that's the only way to do it. Like you'd have to
Right.
basically do it like that.
Two responses. So the first one is, if you use technology, basically what you do is training your full body and mind capacity to function at a higher level, whether it's running or hell, I'd be able to call you if I have a chip in my head. I can call you through the chip in my head and have a complete conversation without picking up a phone or a computer, and then I could bring someone else into the conversation, and we'd be in some ways through technology simulating mental telepathy, right? You can see that, right?
Yeah.
So that's all technology, and we'd be using things that were always there: Wi-Fi, airwaves, whatever is in the atmosphere, the environment that's carrying the signal for you to hear it. But technically, we'd be training our brains to do that, so that eventually there'll be a generation that can do it without the implant.
Like training wheels. I get what you mean.
Right? So we'd actually train out the technology. So we'd actually train our bodies to run like Usain Bolt because there was an implant, and so then that becomes normal, right? So in the future, we've trained our bodies using technology that at some point people start to be born normally like that. And so let's say it's in 500 years, they'll look back at our time, 2000, and say, wow, those people were slow, they were weak, they were dumb, they needed to use phones to call people. And we don't, we do all this naturally, but they'd have to understand what the journey was. We used technology to get there, and the technology allowed us to tap into our natural things of stuff that was already there. We couldn't see ourselves in a mirror. So we needed technology to help us. Just like the guy in the Amazon couldn't see the picture of himself, and you had to break it down for him and help him understand the technology and how he is now on this piece of paper as a photograph, right? So that's using technology. You follow me on that?
Yeah. I mean, even the analogy you're using, like with the mirror is the technology that's designed for that exact purpose, so you can see yourself. Like
Right.
so
Right, exactly, right? So the technology opens the door to that. So here's another way to look at this from completely natural and no technology. Do you know that the human body can be measured in megahertz? Like we have a frequency that can be measured in megahertz. Did you know that?
I know that we have a frequency. Yeah, I know at least that.
Okay. Do you know what the megahertz is for the average healthy body? How many megahertz? to be measured. It's 76.
Okay.
If you drop down to 40 megahertz, you become susceptible to cancer and other illnesses. So dropping your frequency of megahertz is detrimental to your health. Now, I'm going to add a couple of things in this, and I always, yeah. So I don't even have to comment. You're always with me, and a step ahead of me. So now, what if we're asking the wrong questions about gravity? What if gravity is completely measured in a frequency, in megahertz, and what we think is gravity that's pulling us down or keeping us on the earth is only because the way humans and all material matter was created was to have a relationship to the ionosphere, right? And the ionosphere is also measured in megahertz. And as long as and let's say the megahertz of the ionosphere is 1,000, and anything that's below 1,000 will stay what you call grounded, and it will look like gravity is pulling it down. So if the human body can have 76 as normal and healthy, and 40 makes you susceptible to illness, what happens when you elevate your frequency from 76 to 100 to 150? And now I'm going to just add something else in here. Did you know that they have found that your DNA is not fixed, that the human being can literally alter their own DNA? Have you heard science has made this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. And do you understand that to alter your DNA, it's really using language? And if you look at language as having a frequency, like a vibratory rate, like megahertz, then that's the very thing that can alter your DNA, your very own language, conversations.
Yeah.
You get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if that's the very thing that alters the frequency of your body? And I'm sorry, I'm going to throw one more thing in here. So we measure intelligence on the basis of IQ. So 100 is dead average. That's average. And if you're one standard deviation above average, it's 115. 2 standard deviations get you to 130, right? So, and if you're below average, a standard deviation is 85. It's 15 points up and down. 15 is each standard deviation. And I know you might know this, but some people may not. So let's suppose that you look at intelligence as a building. In the first floor, the ground floor is 100. And that's measured based also on frequency, right? So the average frequency of a person and their intelligence is 100, and your frequency is 100. Well, if your frequency is 145, your intelligence is considered gifted, right? You have high intelligence. So 100 is the first floor. 115 is 1 standard deviation above. That's the second floor. 2 standard deviations is the third floor. Now, and so each floor is like a level of intelligence, and it gives the person access. So if your intelligence is 100, you have access to all the information on the first floor. If you're 1 standard deviation above, then you have the second floor plus everything on the first floor. And as you go up, now if you're 100 on the first floor and someone is at 145 on the fourth floor, that person with a 100 average intelligence is going to have a difficult time comprehending what they're saying on that floor. You get me on that?
Yeah.
So if we stop just looking at intelligence in terms of IQ and we start looking at it as frequency, and you can literally increase your frequency, you gain access to knowledge, concepts, ideas, information that are on each floor. And as you're doing that, you're also increasing the frequency of your body. And if what we call gravity is a frequency of 1,000, you would literally have to increase your frequency to be over 1,000, and then gravity no longer has an effect on you. And this is all done naturally, no technology at all. And I know I'm making this very complicated. I'm saying that we're asking the wrong questions, and if the relationship with gravity is such that it's only about frequency, and we just need to be able to raise our frequency high enough that then we look like we're flying, or we look like we're literally walking across air, because maybe there are some lines that are colors that are not in the rainbow, but they're at such a frequency that you'd have to raise your intelligence high enough that you can begin to see things, right? So you get up on the 10th floor of intelligence, and you now start to see colors that the guy with the 100 on the first floor just can't see. He doesn't even know what the hell you're talking about. He can't connect the dots because it sounds crazy. When you start to see colors and you raise your frequency, and maybe there's a line of a color that with that frequency, you walk right across that line, and it looks like you're walking across the New York skyline, except it's always been there, but we never had a context, just like the guy in the Amazon didn't have a context for cameras and his picture and his picture on a piece of paper. So I'm saying we're asking the wrong questions, and naturally we may have, and so the guy who, and I'm making all this up, right? And so the guy who gets his frequency over 1,000, he now also has access to information that the average person just can't even imagine. He can walk on, it looks like he's walking on air. Basically, he's a god in a human form, but he's still a human being. But what he did was access something that was always there, and we couldn't see it like we couldn't see ourselves in the mirror. And I just wonder if that's what's available to us, and we don't know how to get to it because our education system doesn't even allow for that kind of thinking or creativity, because we are so focused on memorizing and taking tests. We have intelligence that match the test, and if you raise your IQ to 1,000 or 5,000, none of the IQ tests that exist would even be good enough to measure your intelligence, because no one would be smart enough to create an IQ test to even understand what you understand. You'd be like out of this world. You'd be a god, but you'd still just be a human. And then you'd be like Christ saying, well, there's nothing I can do that you can't do. You just have to train for it.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways, highly intelligent people often, like what you was describing, I think that's the reality they deal with every day, is feeling like they're on a frequency level that's just, like it's just different. And it's funny you say frequency, because I know when people are like saying a lot of spiritual stuff, that's a lot of what they'll say. Or they'll talk about like frequencies, and they'll say like basically like a similar thing, but they'll just be saying it more spiritually. But I guess it's kind of the same thing that you're saying in a way, because you're still saying it's part of nature. So
right.
So, and I do tend to, I mean, I don't know how far I go with it, but I do tend to like a lot of spiritual concepts, like particularly like stuff to do with Buddhism and stuff, because I just think it just makes a lot of sense. But again, that's why I don't see that stuff being like so different to science. Because I
Yeah,
think it's all linked. Like, I mean, the word you're using, frequency, is most often associated with science more so,
correct.
because of it being a measurement. But it's like in the context, is the funny thing is what it's related to comes from nature, though. You know what I mean? It's like I just don't. I've never understood, like, when I was in school and we'd have RE, and I just never understood how certain people, like, they see it as such a diametrically opposed thing, but it's not. Like, it's like they're literally interconnected, you know. Um, so I don't know. It's just it's just kind of bizarre, but I do think that it's possible. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just trying to look now up something that I heard about years ago, um, which I don't know, like, how. I think it might be, maybe not true, but it kind of reminded me a little bit of what you were saying when I know there was like supposed to be some study done ages ago to do with like talking to water and the whole idea of it changing its molecular structure and all that. I don't know about all that, but I remember when I heard about it, I thought it was very interesting. But it's just
Japanese
like
guy, the
when
Japanese
you
guys spearheaded that research.
Yeah, when you mentioned the language thing though, that's what went into my head. Um, I don't know how true it is, and reading things that's claiming it's not really accurate. But I think when you mentioned the language thing though, it's interesting because, for example, like, language is powerful. The
Right.
entire study of like neurolinguistics pretty much proves that, you
Yep.
know.
Yep.
So like, and everything is based around language, culture, society,
Absolutely.
your beliefs, your perception. Everything is built off of language pretty much, because language is what you use to conceptualize things and understand it. So yeah, yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah, language is I mean, it's like what happens when you, yeah, it is definitely part of it, because it's like, imagine if you took away our language now, the way we relate with a lot of things in the environment, it'd be messed up, you
You
know?
could create anything. I would say language is the greatest invention of human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, obviously, there was times where we didn't have a language in the way we have it now, but there was still communication, though. Basically, it's
How?
communication.
How do you communicate without language?
Well, supposedly it was mostly through using imagery, but I mean, I
That's
guess
well,
running,
no, no,
but.
no. See, that's language, though.
No,
That's
yeah, it is, but okay, yeah, I guess it is, yeah,
that's still language. Because you without language, you can't draw a picture.
yeah,
You
yeah,
don't even you don't even have a language to know to pick up something and draw. Like you just you, you're just there. Like you're like animals have structured coupling, right? So they don't have language that we understand until they are exposed to humans. But the way animals interact is more. It's more they call structured coupling. Um, but language, without it, people say, oh, well, you can see body language. The only way you can know body language is if you have language. You can't say, oh, she's being sexy or she wants me. Like, you would just, you would have sex because you smell that she's wet and she wants to have sex.
yeah. Even if it was a grunt or something, I mean, like, the grunt's gonna be, it's gonna be a certain way if you do the grunt to say that, what we'd say is sexy now. There'd be a certain way you grunt to
So
get
that's,
across the
that's
same idea.
you've now an infantile version of language. But see the way animals do it, the females in heat and they have sex.
Yeah.
But we would have functioned just like that. She's in heat. She wants to have sex.
But
Boom.
that's the funny thing, though. Like, it's hard sometimes to think about like having no language, because we use it so much.
Correct.
But like, I mean, when you think about it, though, at one point, I mean, humans would have been primitive to the point where, and this is why a lot of people say we aren't as attuned with ourselves or whatever, because I mean, animals work on instinct, and we still have instincts today. We all know that. I mean, even like when I said earlier, like having a gut feeling. I mean, where does that really come from? I mean, I'm not saying it can't be possibly learnt. I feel like to a certain extent it can be, but at the same time, like, there's certain things where we feel like we can sense something or whatever. And I think that what you're saying about the frequency thing, I think it relates to that in a lot of ways, because I think that's basically like what happens with animals. It's basically like a frequency relationship,
Right,
and that's how they communicate.
right. Like there's going to be, look at when that tsunami hit, was it the Philippines? Like earthquakes, like animals get out
Yeah,
of
they know. Yeah, they know. Yeah, yeah.
there's a there are frequencies all around us. We're like the guy in the Amazon looking at a picture for the first time and can't distinguish it.
I mean, one of the good examples of that is, you get those high pitched sounds that you can't hear, like after a certain age. Like
So when I was in my maybe I was 30, and this woman and I lived together, and we lived in DC, and DC has alleyways, and few of the neighbors had dogs, and someone must have been in the alley because all the dogs were barking and going crazy. And then I heard this extremely high pitched sound, and I asked her, "Did you hear that?" She was like, "Hear what?" And all the dogs start barking. As soon as I heard it, someone blew some high pitched whistle that the dogs heard, and they immediately stopped barking, and I heard it. It was like a second. So yes, I understand what you're saying.
yeah, that exact type of thing is reminds me again, like that's what, like, the mirror thing and frequencies, and that's a real example we can actually see for sure. Like, that's not even something made up. For a fact that that's real, because we know that there's dog whistles, and then we blow them, and we know that the dog can clearly respond to it and hear it, but we might not be able to. So we know they're not responding to us just blowing. Like, it's not like they're seeing us blow the whistle and that's what's stopping them, because, like an example you use, the dog doesn't have to see you doing that and it responds to it. So we know they're hearing something, but we don't hear it. Now, if you see, that's the trippy thing about it, because it's like, if you can't hear it, you could think there's no sound.
Right.
And again, this goes back to the point I made, as I said, about the Wi-Fi and all that. It's like, there's so many things that our senses aren't picking up on that are just there all the time. So if the frequency thing again, there's probably a whole bunch of frequencies we're not hearing. I mean, for example, radio frequencies, we're not hearing that. We're not hearing Wi-Fi frequencies. I'm sure it's probably got a sound, but we don't hear it. Like, and we probably, and if we do, maybe I say we don't hear it. Maybe we've always been hearing it, but because it's always been there, we don't even realize it. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. And what if colors have sound?
Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah, that's a crazy one as well.
Okay. Well, they could also have a scent also. So and they say, when a man and woman are attracted to one another, they're secreting certain biochemicals that increase the attraction, right? So what if we literally smell it, but like you said, they've been there so long we don't realize we're smelling it. But if you raise your frequencies high enough, you now start to have distinction. You can distinguish, and that's what you may start to see colors and smell things that were always there that you just didn't smell before.
Is it
almost like the mirror? It's going back to the mirror. It was there. You always had the capacity, but we're asking the wrong questions, and we believe what we see in the mirror is all that there is to us.
I'm not sure if it's deaf or blind people, but I'm pretty sure one of them can see, they have some relationship with colors that's different. Like in the I think it might be blind people, where it's like they can see. Also, it's similar to like what you're saying, but it's not exactly. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure one of them is either. I think it might be deaf people or blind people, and they kind of see through colors or something. I can't remember what it is, but there's something like that I've heard. But either way, one thing that is definitely commonly said is that when people lose one sense, their other ones get stronger. So that's another thing as well that kind of relates to the fact that it's like, with that your senses can do more than they currently are, probably because you don't have the bandwidth, because it's doing 5 senses So then it's like if you go down to 4, well, now it's got more bandwidth to, to put into those 4. Like, so I mean, it's just things like that. Like, because when we say it, it sounds crazy until you think about how much everyday things literally prove like in or in the direction of what we're talking about, And really, all the inventions that we are relying on right now, even for us to do StreamYard, the only way these things could have existed is because there had to have been people who were basically, who found these things and were willing to try and measure them and utilize them and understand them. Because if they hadn't done that, then we wouldn't have any of this tech.
Or go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
No, I was going to say, then we would have just been like what I said earlier about just 2,000 years ago with no change.
Well, look at that chart I showed, right? It was flat for, almost for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Slow progress. But that's so when you talk about people inventing things that, maybe they sensed it, but that's what I mean by IQ. So the higher your IQ, and that's why I made it analogous to a building, on each floor, there's knowledge and information. So an average IQ, while you're average, you're not dumb, and that's okay. But you cannot conceptualize, like, your frequency of your mind and body doesn't give you access to the 10th floor. So you can't even imagine what's there. So the guy who's on the 10th floor is the one who's saying, well, there's this thing called Wi-Fi we can get access to. But he has access to that on the 10th floor. And now he's got to explain that to someone who's on the 5th floor, or, hopefully he's got someone on the 9th floor that he can help understand, because they may have a closer understanding to what's on the 10th floor, but you don't get there. So you follow what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So it's these people like the Nikola Teslas that are having access to the higher floors, and then bringing that to mankind and saying, well, this is how you create it in a physical form. And so Tesla actually talked about seeing colors that people couldn't see. So I'm asserting that we haven't seen ourselves, or we haven't recognized ourselves yet. And so perhaps future generations will be better at. So is it a matter of the individual recognizing themselves in the mirror, or is it a matter of man's evolution and collectively recognizing, or do we just always depend on the next Tesla and Edison and Einstein to pull us through that next possibility that most people don't see?
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, would you say the average person's more intelligent than they were 2,000 years ago?
They say IQs have dropped in the past 100 years, about 14 points.
Well, there you go. That's interesting that they've dropped. I would have thought they would have been higher because of the fact that people are supposedly more, it's not really supposed.
Confusing information. Like,
yeah.
Information has no inherent value. I can get the most valuable book in the world, put it on the table, and that book will do nothing, even though it's filled with valuable information. It's worthless.
It's the interpretation of it.
Information itself does nothing, and so giving people information does nothing to increase their intelligence.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I'll ask you this, and then I guess I'll let you finish, because it's like it's getting really early for me as well. But what would you I think I might have asked you this before. I don't know, but would you say you think intelligence is something that you're born with, or do you think it's something that you can, I think you kind of mentioned it earlier, but do you think it's something you can kind of gain and get more of over time? And how would you, if you do think that, like, how would you do that? Because I'm more of the belief you're kind of born with it.
So So the simple question, the more complicated question comes with increasing your frequency. The simple way is what I do know is that one of the things that impedes intelligence is trauma, right? In your birth, just being born, especially in modern day in hospitals and bright lights and all that, that's trauma. You also can experience trauma while you're in your mother's womb. So the trauma, uh, kind of the way to describe it is like it creates traffic jams, like roadblocks. It impedes. It uses up space in the brain that can slow down your intellectual capacity. So what they found is that when people unlearn the trauma and work through it so that it's no longer trauma for them, you watch their IQ points go up, and I've heard stories of going up as much as 30 points, right? Just by undoing trauma. And what the goal is that the person actually has zero triggers. You can say anything to them and they're not triggered by it because they worked out all the triggers are attached to past traumas. So that's one way to increase IQ. I mean, education definitely can help, but it's putting information in the right hands. Education and information by itself is just not enough. So that's one way. The other way is more related to increasing your frequency, and I would say part of that, and maybe this is on a lower end, is having conversations like this and having a network of people that can actually we're all moving in a higher frequency conversation and just talking about this. So it was Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and I think Goodrich or Goodyear, one of the tire guys. Those three men would go on retreats. I think they would go away for a month. They go out into a cabin in the woods, no electricity or run. They just the three of them, and they brainstorm. And I think we talked about this before in the mastermind. Those three men were instrumental. And just imagine those three men in a room or being together for a month and brainstorming. I mean, that had to increase their capacity to think and see possibilities. And then they become like we're all made up of atoms. So hydrogen and oxygen are both valuable. However, when you mix hydrogen and oxygen in the correct percentage amounts, it makes something neither of them could have done on their own, and that's to create water. So when you get people together, we're made up of atoms. We have the same capacity to create something that neither of us could have done on our own. And so we're not, I guess technology is allowing for that. I mean, look at this. You're in another country right now. We're in different time zones. So technically, technology is allowing us to do this. Because otherwise, I would have never met you. I've never seen you. I have no idea what you look like. I don't know where you live. I don't know it. I've never shaken your hand. But yet, technology is allowing us to do exactly that.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying when you say you think technology will get us there. I'm saying I think our natural born capacity is there. We're asking the wrong questions.
Yeah, I think it's both. I'd rather it wasn't so much technology, but I mean, they just as it currently stands, I don't know if it's I don't know. Like I said, I feel like they're linked. Nature and technology is linked. So even when I'm saying technology and I'm separating from nature, personally, like realistically for me, I don't see them as that separate. I just see it as one and the same. So like I'm just separating it because it's easier to understand it that way. But to me, like it's the same thing really, because tech comes from nature. So
It's simulating. You're saying it's simulating technology, right?
what, like technology simulating
Nature.
nature? Yeah, yeah, in a sense, yeah. Like it's, yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to explain. Like it's just, I just see it as like it's almost like, because like what you said earlier about like the kind of thing of it, like almost like it being a crutch where we would use the technology and then we could have a generation eventually that never use it. I've never thought of it like that before.
Right.
Like
Right.
I've always just imagined us using the technology into perpetuity, but it actually does make sense in a way that you could get to a point where you don't because of evolution and human, adaptation. Like that
Right.
is that, I never really thought of that before, to be honest. So I don't know. That's interesting. Like, because that kind of puts a new layer on the whole kind of um on that whole kind of thing that I never really thought of. Because now it's like, because I've always just imagined it as like us just being part of machine, but I guess it could get to a point where we don't need the machine, you know?
Right. Right. So kind of what I'm saying is that if we take what you're saying and what I'm saying is that we can't see ourselves in a mirror. If we use technology, technology will help us recognize ourselves in the mirror, and then we won't need it.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
And so that's one way, that's one path. The other path is the development of self to actually be able to see your full self in the mirror.
yeah. Again, again, I mean, you know what? Like again, it just reminds me of like the actual mirror thing. I mean, even though you can see your reflection in, like, I guess water, for example.
Right.
I mean, what else would you be able to see a reflection in nature outside of water? I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
It's a good question.
Because
Uh,
glass is man-made, so if
Merc-
it wasn't glass, like
Mer-
what?
Mercury.
Okay, but there's not many things like because when you're talking about that tribe, it's like I was just thinking like I mean, other than water, what would how would they know what they actually look like like themselves? If they don't have mirrors, I don't know if they did, but if they don't, then how are they gonna know? You know what I mean? Like if they're not using glass, they're not gonna know what they look like. And to do with what you're saying, about our seeing our reflection, again, like with the actual mirror, once I've seen my reflection, I now have a mental reference in my head. Like I can imagine myself right now, you can
Right.
imagine yourself right now
Right.
without we if we never saw a mirror ever again in our life, it might be like our mental image isn't going to be maybe current, but we're gonna have something of reference, and we're gonna probably
Right.
know. I'll probably look older. I mean, but it'd be hard to imagine yourself without the mirror after a while. That's why we look at ourselves in the mirror like pretty much most days, if not every day, because we need to know like what do I look like right now. And so I do think that's a good metaphor for it because that is like literally the actual technology of a mirror serves the purpose you're talking about. And when you remove it, you don't need it, at least for a certain period. You know, um, obviously what you're talking about, I guess, would be more permanent than that. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe if you stared at your reflection every day for like a certain amount of years, I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't need to see it after for a long period of time. I don't know.
Well,
You know.
yeah, but you might look different in 5 years, or there'll be some distinguishable differences, right? That you wouldn't see without a mirror.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is maybe you train your brain to the point where you could recognize, I don't know, like the patterns of how your face develops. So you could maybe predict in
I
a
can,
way how your face,
I can see
yeah,
that. Yep.
yeah, like you could maybe predict it like what you look like 5 years later based on. I'm just thinking if you like super super trained yourself, similar to what you're talking about with the technology thing. Like if you was just immersed in it for like a life, like a long, maybe not lifetime, a long time, it's like I don't know.
Well
Because
then,
the human brain's weird. It's like we can train ourselves to do crazy things.
if we take that and say, well, if you can alter your DNA, then you'll be able to alter the way you look. You won't predict it. You will
Oh
man.
yeah, yeah,
You will determine how you will look in 5 years instead of predicting it.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so that's kind of what I was getting at when I was first saying, what if we're in a simulation? Then you would act if you say, okay, that's what we are, and we're living on algorithms. instead of me just depending on, let me write my own algorithm and I'll create it. Instead of predicting my future, I'll invent my future, as opposed to being at the effect of an algorithm.
Yeah.
And so, and then maybe that's when you start to see your reflection as a God that you know was there. It's like, oh, I didn't know I had this much power in my own life.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this about the simulation thing, regardless of whether or not we're in the actual like digital or technological kind of simulation. I mean, the final thing I would say with that is that I mean, for sure, we are in a form of, I don't know if you'd call it a simulation, but it's like, you know, the way how I think of it is I think of it like a fictional world, basically. Because society is basically a fictional invention someone, you know, people came up with, and we're living inside of it. Like, for example, if
Right.
you're like if you was to like do like world building, which is what people call it, like when you make like a fictional setting, like, you know, like a fictional planet or something, like in Dune or Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, the author builds an entire setting, you know, with fictional races and people and whatever.
Right.
And we can imagine it being real because it's somewhat based off our own society. But at some point way back, the structure we have now for society didn't exist. So people had to imagine it and make it real.
Right.
Just like the
Right.
buildings that we live in,
Right.
this every building we're in, like where you are right now, that was an image in someone's brain. It didn't exist. And then they actually made it real, and now you're living inside of it. Like, that's why I kind of do understand when people say things like, "Oh, we have like the God in ourselves," in a way. Because when I think of it like that, it is kind of crazy to think like everything we know came from someone's imagination. You know, I mean,
Right.
you know, it's kind of insane to think of, but it did. You know, so
Someone invented it in their own head through language.
right. But this whole society, like in a system with money and fiat currency, I mean, economists say, people say all the time about fiat currency is not real and all that, but that's how everything pretty much isn't real, like in a
Correct.
sense, you know. So it's like when you think of it like that, it's like everything's just
Made up. It's all made
yeah,
up.
it's all made up. Like, it's obviously, like, I know it's not made up in that way, but it is like the concepts we use are just, we just invented them. Again, like we said earlier, the language, so we can basically understand our environment. And it's just crazy to think about, because it's like, if you think of it like that, then it's almost like a simulation anyway, you know.
But then the question is, what's stopping you from making up something?
Nothing.
Exactly. That's
Nothing.
right. So in the only thing that would stop you is that you can't see yourself in a mirror.
Yeah.
So, hey man, it's you know, it's a real pleasure to have conversations with you. Honestly, enjoy them. I get to, so I'm talking about things that I, you know, don't discuss with many people, and some people just say you're, you know, you're weird, man. Like you actually sit around thinking about these things. So, uh, um,
It is weird though, because it's not like, it is weird because most people wouldn't think of it, so it is weird in a sense, like
right.
in that way.
And they're
But
like,
that's yeah.
they're like, what?
No, I was just gonna say that's the frequency thing again, I guess.
Correct. Yep. Yep. So, you know, this was another open mic night. These were things that we're now talking about, things that are always on my mind, but we talked about a lot of things. So, any final thoughts, take away from this conversation? And this has been a long one for me. Doing this for 5 hours, so I know you're about.
This is no, this is what happens when it's really early in the morning. This is this is where where my brain goes. To be honest, my brain goes like, I can have this conversation any time of the day, but especially when it gets to these hours, because every time you do your show, it's like late for me. So always like, you know, midnight, 1 in the morning, whatever. So it's easy for me to just stay up. 'Cause I, you know, but but yeah, like it's very interesting. I mean, I'd have these talks with people sometimes, and I liked having them. And I will say this, just quickly say this because I know we talk a lot about dating stuff. I will say this, like one of the problems with me, because one of my standards is if I'm with a woman, she's got to be able to have these conversations.
Look, intellectual compatibility really is important. I know a woman. She, I'd say she's either above average or on the low end, like high IQ, like 130. That part, 130, 135. So she's intelligent, and she married a guy who was just dead at average as they get. And she was asking me about it, and I said, "Are you going to be able to deal with a guy who can't give you the intellectual stimulation you need?" And I'm, have you heard the word sapiosexual?
Yes.
So this woman definitely is that. I've had sex with her, and we're in bed and we're kissing, and I'm just about to penetrate her, and she asks me this like deep question about, let's say, sociology, that most people might have been turned off. I answered her question and then penetrated her, and we had great sex. But like we didn't miss a beat. Like we were still, she was still fully 100% engaged in sex with me. But before I penetrated, we had this conversation, and then bang, and then she's once she switches to sex, she's like in a zone with that. So she marries this guy who is not giving her the intellectual stimulation, and I'm like, how is this going to work? And she divorced the guy. It didn't work. She said she learned an ugly lesson, but she knows that I'm not going to marry her. So hopefully she's not listening now. But anyway.
It's funny you said it, because my ex was, to this day, the only girl so far I've been with that was like at the level I want. I was with her for a while. I was with her for like 4 years, but like these exact talks I could have with her, and she had some of her own ideas that I was just like, whoa, that's interesting. And it's funny because I know a lot of guys, don't they think that there's no girls are like that at all.
They
and I
exist.
understand why, because it is very rare. I mean, like I just said, like my ex was like that. I guess the girl you said was like that, but I think we both know that a lot of girls are not like that. In my opinion, in my experience, I don't think a lot of them are even that close to it. But I've found that for me, it's actually important. Like I just can't. I won't enjoy their company the same way if they're not like that. And the problem is, and this was the big issue in my previous relationship, is I've been spoiled because of that. Because I've experienced it now. It's like I can't go backwards. So now it's like, no, I have to have it. I have to have the stimulation. Right. But what you said about that with the woman thing, I learned that with my ex as well, because she struggled. Still now she's single. And I think it's difficult because when you've been with someone, it's at that level. If you're intelligent women, they, like you just said, the sapiosexual thing, they respect intelligence. They actually, they find it attractive. So if they can't find it, like if they, and they don't want it on the average level, that's not good enough. Because remember, with everything, women want us to be better than them. So the guy has to be more intelligent than her. And she has to be like, so it's like, if she's really intelligent, it's almost like being a high earning woman,
Right.
But just high IQ. Like, she's gonna, and look at how most guys who are high IQ behave. They don't have any edge. They're not attractive in any other way. Like, do you know what I mean? So it's like when you got both of those things, it's truly different, truly like just unique in a lot of ways, And I think that it's practically almost irreplaceable in a lot of ways. To be honest with you, it's very hard to find.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So that's probably why, like, the woman you described, she ends up divorced because it's just like, what good is that? She probably just felt like, I can't. This isn't stimulating. This guy, he doesn't comprehend. He's not on the same frequency. So that's an important thing, is to be with someone who's on a similar frequency to you, that you can interact with, whatever that level is. But yeah, I guess that's my final thing I'll say. I'm not
Oh,
sure out.
and what's funny, I asked her, so what are you gonna do? And she said, well, I can always call you and talk to you. So I'm like, so what am I, your stand-in boyfriend or so? Like, I'm like, what are you talking? You know, are you crazy? So anyway, so yeah, this was a really good conversation. I just think people need to keep their eye on AI. It's moving faster than people can imagine. There are already robots that could serve in the military looking like a man, not looking like a robot. This has been done already. But so there's so much technology, advanced technology that's out there. But if we look at the last part of this conversation we're having, I just the crude thing to say is that we are being trained to squander ourselves. So we're not being trained to fully see ourselves in a mirror. Like the child that's 9 months doesn't recognize themselves in a mirror, and we haven't been taught to recognize what we fully have. And I don't mean that in an airy fairy, we can do everything. I mean that we just have access to something, and part of it is really training. We understand training like an Olympic athlete, and you can look in a mirror and see the difference in your body, whether you're a sprinter or a bodybuilder or a swimmer. I don't care. You see the development of your body, and you can know when you're at your peak performance by looking in the mirror. The mirror I'm talking about is more invisible. It's more of a frequency, and your ability to think, comprehend, connect dots that are not even in front of you, and see things that most don't. We have that capacity, and that's a different kind of training. Even though physical training can contribute, your diet, we are going to have to engage in exercises of the mind that allow us to start seeing things that we cannot. And it makes it more difficult for people to have conversations about feeling oppressed. So your own freedom is already, you have it, but you don't know how to get to it because you can't even see it through your own reflection in the mirror. And I'll stop there. So you guys are always great. Country Boy, I see your comment about humans are complicated more than animals, and maybe almost what I'm saying is, like an angel, what we're talking about. And I understand I sound like I'm talking about supernatural, and I'm not. I'm saying that we already have it, we just don't train for it. Usain Bolt proved that. So anyway, hey man, glad you always join me from across the pond. Imperatory, I'm not sure when you came in, if you came in late, but always good to see you in the house. Thanks for everyone and their contribution to the conversation. I'll be back Sunday, and I'll be talking about something probably provocative, maybe not this deep, maybe something controversial that some people won't like. So anyway, hey man, good morning to you over there in London, and take care. Thanks a lot. Good night, and enjoy your day, and everyone else enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. Goodbye. Thank you.
All right, take care. Peace.